Did you have an attorney to look over this prenup at all?
I had Jeff Banks just to look at it.
And how did you know Mr. Banks?
He handled my divorce in 2002.
Okay.
All right, we're hearing audio right now from a little trial that Amber pointed out to me.
Did you and Mr. Dantzler speak with Mr. Banks regarding the prenup?
It's not working. Hang on one second.
Well, I talked to him, and they said it looked fine, and he talked to Lonnie.
Okay.
I can't bring you the video because
when did
it's on the
y'all
wrong
move
device.
in together?
No. Okay, hang on one second. I can't do anything. And now
the
Brandy's
end
there.
week
And
of all
Okay.
this.
So after you
Here's
got
what
married,
we'll
you
say.
weren't actually living together at that point?
Can we bring their audio down? Let's bring this down. We'll stop that. Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I have everything unplugged because I was editing video trying to get sound bites from our favorite little attorney. And now I can't bring us the video the way we want to. Here's what we do know. We do know that the court is back. Is back. We're on verdict watch. It started right now, so 32 minutes and 20 seconds. Hang on one second. Let me start the timer really quickly.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
I do that all the time. I love that soundbite. Okay, we're going to say 30 minutes. I guess I have to start it in 20 seconds. Those are great sound bites. I'm going to love them. Wait for it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, zoom. Okay. All right, so now we have, let's see, our timer matches. No, we need one more minute. There we go. So now if we go to here, our timers match. See how they are pretty much identical. That's how it works. Okay, so timers are matching. We've got a courtroom video, but obviously nothing's happening right now as the jury's deliberating. It might be a while before we hear anything or see any motion on that. So we'll keep an eye on that. Let's see. Sorry, I'm watching Brandy in my other window. Connect.
There's a lawsuit.
Yeah, I need to stop this video so I can play with things that I want, who I want to. We are back. Welcome. Yes, congratulations. Big congratulations. If I can get all the right buttons pushed here. How about this one here? Kim R. Congratulations
How does he do that?
First. Well, it's skill. It's skill. Kim R. First in chat today. Repeat offender. Habitual offender as far as being a first in chat. Thank you very much for breaking the ice, letting everyone else know the water's fine. Come on in. Appreciate that. Let's see. Portland Trailblazers TV is here. Mayla's mom. Kim R. Stacy S. Sunshine Sarah. Why is Stacy S? Well, let's see. Kim R. One of those appeared a little funny, but it's working now. Okay. Denise, Jared T, Britta Aller. Jared, welcome. Good to have you here. Britta as well. Denise, Sunshine Sarah. Verdict today. We've got our fingers crossed. Of course, we won't know for sure until Brandy's funny. Brandy said the verdict today as well, right at the same time. We do hope we see a verdict today. Have you forgotten your IFR? Intentionally, I might have forgotten it. Kim R has the internet. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. All right, we have. I'm just barely finishing lunch. I've got a mouthful of chocolate. Is that okay? Lunch wise, is that still on the food triangle from when I was a kid? Is chocolate still one of the approved food groups. All right. Are you going to wear new brows? It depends. If we pop over to Brandy's channel, I would. I'm not sure. Maybe when the verdict gets read. Okay. I just heard Brandy say R.A. doesn't have his eyebrows on. So we have to. Can I put them both on at the same time? Oh, I was going to go with the monobrow.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
So close. Is that?
Scratch all that. Oh, that was terrible.
Eyebrow recovery fun smiling face with heart's face blowing a kiss.
Okay. Is that? I need to be full screen.
How
on
does
this.
he do that?
I need to be full screen. Oh man, they're awful. A little further down. That's the wrong side. Wrong direction. It's worse than working. Man. So there's one. That's pretty good. This one has to be. Let's see. That way. This way. Everything's reversed on the screen. All right. All right, there they are. Brandy, I've got them on now. And, well, they go all the way out to here. I need to like twirl them. Okay, here we go. We're ready. I missed two things. First of all, Iowa with the Backyard Critter Cam comes in with the Eyebrow Recovery Fund.
Don't miss the forest
Super
for the
chat.
trees.
Thank you very much. I'm missing the forest for my eyebrows is what's happening right now. Cashette gifted 5 memberships again. Cashette, huge supporter. Wolf PJW, PJ Weemyers was gifted a membership, as well as Mackenzie Moulton, Yolanda Hepburn, Rocky Wallingford, and Cindy's Crazy, all gifted memberships. Thank you very much, Cashette. And boom, immediately followed by 5 more from Jay Reno, also another longtime supporter.
That was terrible. I apologize.
It's terrible. These eyebrows are terrible. What's the heck with the caterpillars? Is this some ritual I missed out on? Eric, yes, a little bit. Now, what happened is we were over on Brandy's channel, Brandy Churchwell, and Brandy, somebody had given her a hard time. Here, let me see if I can bring in her feed this way.
Because he's the guy.
A second. Let me bring this over here. I'm missing a plug. Okay, so it's the other end of this, wherever it is. So I need to pull on this side. Ah, there's the end. And feed it through here, over here, and around there, and back.
Nice eyebrows face rolling on the floor laughing red heart.
What happened was Brandy invited us onto her channel, and she had a thing where she has verdict eyebrows where she uses, apparently she uses little removable tattoos. I just heard fake eyebrows. And then she invited us to be on yesterday for the verdict watch. And that's all cool. That's awesome. And you know, she says if you come on, you need to have eyebrows, like fake eyebrows. It's a tradition. So I went out and I ordered the eyebrows thinking this is what she must be wearing because I hadn't seen her do the fake eyebrow thing with the verdict watch. And I apparently got the full bush where she goes with the little line drawing, barely noticeable, looks like a model type eyebrows. And we ordered obviously from different companies. You know, I think the effect was virtually the same, other than that mine also acts as sunglasses. But that's where it was. Slippery slope of the eyebrows. Let's see. Why is this not working? Let's get to live there. Okay, I'm like 45 seconds behind on Brandy's for some reason. Anyway, that's where we are with that. Appreciate the Maggie Carr. Appreciate the nice eyebrows. Super chat. Don't make YouTube mad by streaming Brandy. I would. It would be small and in a box, and we would use it under fair use. But that's where we are. And there's a good chance Brandy might take our live feed just briefly and show that I have my eyebrows on, because that's what I agreed to for verdict eyebrows. We're not joining Brandy at this time. I don't know of any plans to go over there. We're actually, yes, Gail Pet, Brandy's eyebrows actually do look good on her. But I will say, I chose this color out myself. That this whole thing, the matching the I guess I can't say carpet and drapes, but what do you do here? Eyebrows to chin. Sorry for that. Man, these are awful. That one, it's reversed. Like this is my left, and it looks like my right. Straight down. I don't know how girls do this. Getting their makeup and everything done. We're going for the unibrow look, but now this one's too high, this one's too low. That's a little better. Okay. There we got we can do the unibrow with the furrow. We can get there. Still trying to do one and not the other. I can't even wink. Anyway, Brandy's do look good on her. I apologize. You get what you get here, and this is all I offer. It helps if I put your chat on the screen, huh? I apologize for doing that. Let's do this one first. Maggie Carr, appreciate that. We also had, prior to Maggie's super chat, we had Cachette giving 5 memberships and Jay Reno giving 5 memberships as well. They're good now. I just want them to be like balanced well. There are people proposing ideas for things. Anyway, mystery murder chick admitted to being an addict. I'm sorry for coming here and wearing these on this day. I normally don't wear these. I will say this. We are in verdict watch right now, and let me bring up the counter so you can see where we are. 42 minutes, 31 seconds of verdict watch underway as they are. The jury is back in deliberation. Just started about 12 minutes ago, and Dean, sorry, this is what we get on verdict watch. I think these would look worse if I shaved my goatee. I think they would look much worse, but the combined look. It's almost doable. Maybe if I trim these down just a tiny bit, which I'm not sure if I could do. I'd have to use like fingernail clippers to trim them because they're like matted felt. You can't like run a comb through these and make them look good. Tom Selleck asked for his mustache back. This sort of does look like his. I'll take that as a compliment. Are you having a guest on a podcast tomorrow? We're not planning on having any guests tomorrow. Probably within the next month we will have guests. What was the poll outcome again in between 1 to 4 hours? No, it was 4 to 8 hours was the majority of people voted that jury would probably take 4 to 8 hours of deliberation, which would put the verdict between now, actually between in about 3 hours from now and mid-morning tomorrow for them. Let's see. Someone hit a transformer, so power is out, which means no AC again. Thomas, I hate to be the one to say this. Your town is doomed. I don't know if they're like filming some horror show.
How does he do that?
But basically, it's going down the toilet. It's just going to get worse from here. Between the tornadoes, between your AC, the crime happening down the street, you might as well just move. And I'm a little biased. I've suggested this before, but North Carolina has a couple homes that are up for sale. You're welcome to peruse them on Zillow at your convenience. But it's a great state. It's a great state. My back door just opened.
Is that correct?
And nobody's supposed to be here. Hold on. It's for a costume. You pulled it off of here and put it up there. Hey, Zoe. So Zoe's here, and so is my my partner for the podcast. Hey, Zoe, come here. So Zoe's here, and I poke my head out, and there's Sean looking at me like, "What do you have on your forehead?" Hey, where are you going? Where are you going? Don't walk on the keyboard. Just back here is good. Anyway, so yeah, he thinks I pulled him off my chin and put him on my forehead, but looks great. Well, I forgot what we were talking about. Can you imagine walking into someone unexpected with those brows on? He just did. Surprise. I always expect RA to go out through the double doors behind him. That's a special entrance. That's not for me. Oh, you want to get down? You not happy up here? Okay. Zoe says no to the desk. All right. Let's see. What kind of dog is Zoe? An Imperial Shih Tzu. Imperial Shih Tzu. All right, we've got a couple things going. First of all, Verdict Watch is underway. I want to bring this in on a different camera, so give me a second. Let me get that set up. Okay, super source. Let's see, we need a 2-box. Oh, that looks great. I need to get that fixed. Okay. Okay, it'll make the background a little bit better. Okay, we'll get this fixed in a little bit. Do you dog sit Zoe or do you just borrow her because just a little bit borrowing? My partner brings Zoe over because you don't leave Zoe alone when he's over here working. Maybe the Imperial version is a lot smaller. Yes, smaller, very small. New passport photo. This would be a great outfit. I don't think they let you do that. They don't let you wear like hats or fake, anything for passport photos. Have they really only been in for 60 minutes today? Wishful thinking. Yes, they started 2 hours late. We thought it would be 9 a.m. Vegas time. It ended up being 11 Vegas time, and so they're way behind. But I know the judge said they'd have the case to the jury before Friday, and they did. They had it yesterday. So. All right, Dreamscape says, hey, watched on replay yesterday. Mr. Thomsek, prosecutor, closing was brilliantly presented. Missed the chat, though. Dreamscape, we, in chat, we loved that as well. What I loved about it is he hit basically every single topic that the defense hit, but he did it in an organized way that made sense, and he'd walk us through it, and it was just, it felt good. It did seem to go a little long towards the end. It seemed like he was just adding on. And the reason why is the last 4 pages of his PowerPoint he typed up while defense was giving their closing, or in the 5-minute break. He just really rapidly built them. That's why it's just really quick bullet points. But it was crazy. Your no brow photo would make a great mug shot. That's a good one. The verdict's taking too long, says Celeste. Hope he doesn't get away with this. They've only actually been deliberating for less than an hour, so. A quick verdict would be less than 3 hours. Do we know why they started late? That was just the judge's decision. As far as how long they can deliberate, basically they have till the end of day for court, which would be about 5:30 Nevada time. That will put us at 7:30 on the East Coast. Let's see, have you heard about Verity Beck? She murdered and dismembered her parents in January. No, I haven't. The only thing I'm trying to, let me actually get this squared away. Let me get this access restored. Kick this off. I'm running out of ports. See if we can eject this drive. Yes, come on. No. There, it's gone. Okay, so I can unplug that and plug this in, which lets me share this video that we have going on here in the background. know, where'd it go? It's gone. Did the circuit court end? We were in 14th Circuit Court in Florida. There we go. We're back. Let me bring this over. Right here, I'll put on top of Peter Tragos because he's not doing anything. He's frozen on my screen. So this little trial, Amber alerted me to this trial, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is a murder trial. So let me bring this up right here. Boom. This is going on live in Florida, 14th Circuit in Florida, and take a listen to this. Ready?
Answer that question, please.
Yes.
In what way?
He would just put me
Without
down.
going,
And,
The white-haired lady, the cute little lady with the quiet
and
voice,
how dumb I was, and he would just put me down.
is the accused murderer.
And,
did he ever call you
I've got
names?
2 videos going.
dumb as a stump, and he stupid and not educated.
Did he ever call you names?
Dumb as a stump and just stupid and not educated.
How'd that make you feel?
Well, I knew I didn't have 2 degrees like he did, but
Hang
I mean,
on,
it didn't
I need
make
to
me
get
feel
this.
good at
I need to
all.
find the other
You
video
know,
that's playing.
It kind of hurt my feelings, and I tell him that. And then he thought that was funny, because I cry.
I think she's accused of
Did
murder.
you recall going to his sister's house, Miss Hammond's house, in the first 6?
Okay, I got rid of the other one. I had 2 windows open. Just 1 second, we'll get this playing here.
I had 2 degrees like he did, but I mean, it didn't make me feel good for
There we go. Now we're live.
December's breast.
Now, that was, the breast augmentation was paid for about a month before you met, right?
I believe that's what she said.
Now, did you ask Lonnie about it?
I did.
And was Mr. Dantzler truthful about how that took place to you?
No, he didn't pay for it. And I'd say, you swear to me? He said, oh, I'd swear to you.
Now, why were you speaking to Miss Hammond about December?
Why was I speaking? I don't know why that came up about her and I talking. And I mean, I guess just talking about December, like, how do I like her? And I was like, well, she's always calling us all the time when we're on the road or something. He'd always say that he's got me in the truck with him, or we're in the car, we're going somewhere. And I just thought that was kind of strange.
Was there ever any concern about Miss Johnson's clothing?
Yeah. He, well, for an example, when we got the slingshot, I had a couple of T-shirts that had Indian slingshots on it. And she's like, oh, I like that shirt. And she told Lonnie, she's like, I want a shirt just like hers. And so she's like, he said, what size? And she'd say,
Okay, so
small.
let me turn her down just a little bit and explain what's going on. We're in verdict watch, which means all we have is the wall to stare at. I mean, literally, this is all we see. They're debating for 53 minutes now total, including yesterday's half hour. While we wait, down in Florida here, there's another trial in the 14th Circuit, and it's a murder trial where this lady's accused of killing her husband. And she's the sweetest old lady ever. You'd never suspect it. This is going live. It's an interesting trial because, just to the right of me on the screen, that's the jury. Yeah, we're looking at the jury. The far right corner in the center of the screen is the lady asking the questions, and the woman answering the questions is in the top right corner. Judge obviously is right above me. But yes, the woman on the stand is the accused killer, is my understanding. Amber has a little more information. I'm trying to see what this is about, but.
And he would tell her, that she looked nice in them. And he would tell her the difference between her and Susan, because I think she was taller. Yeah, she was taller than Susan.
Did you personally ever want to get breast augmentation?
How does he do that?
Was that ever a topic of discussion between you and Mr. Dantzler?
Yeah, he said I could have them if I wanted them. And I told him no. I said, when I went to the doctor, I was telling him, I was like, something about my breast and whatnot. He said, he told me mine was fine for my age. And
Did he want you to get them?
yeah, he wanted me to. He said I'd look better with them.
And what about the style of clothing that you wore? Did that change after your marriage to Mr. Dantzler?
Well, he wanted me to dress up, wear like flashy clothes. He wanted bright, colorful, and wanted me to wear, like, I don't know if I'll see somebody on, just like suits and stuff like that. And I said, I'm more comfortable in just the jeans, or not jeans, but pants like this, and a sweater. And
Defendants is on the
more
stand.
at the house. I mean, just shorts and
Testifying in our own defense.
Did he like that?
No, he'd rather me dress up. Even at the house, he wanted me to, wear a dress, and I just like, well, shorts. And he wanted the bright clothes, and they just wanted me to dress spiffy, I guess.
Was there an incident after you came home, you and Mr. Dantzler came home from Miss Hammond's house, his sister's house, that y'all got into an altercation?
Yes.
And what was the altercation about?
It was about December, or because Cindy was. Can I say something else real quick about Cindy and I?
Well, I think you need to, if you will, answer my questions.
Okay. Yeah, I asked him about it, and then he said no, that he didn't. And I said, well, I guess your sister, I was like, you swear you're telling the truth? He said, yeah. And then I said, well, so you saying then that your sister's a liar? And then he got mad. And then he said, yes, I did. And I told him he was a liar, and that I was going to leave.
Okay. And when you said you were going to leave, about how long had you been married? Do you know? I'm not asking for exact dates, but.
Well, I don't know. It was probably a couple of months after we got married. I don't know exact date or anything.
Was it in the first few months?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Was there an incident with the Yeti cup?
Yeah.
And
it was that night. And then he grabbed me and said I wasn't going. I said, yeah, I'm going. And I got my pocketbook and got the keys and everything, was going to get ready to go out the door, and he grabbed me. And then he pushed me down and said I wasn't going. And I am. And I said, let me go get me something to drink real quick. You want something? Because I started choking or something. And he let me up. And then I started to go out. I had the Yeti cup. And I filled it up with water because I was going to take it with me. And then he started fussing again and was coming at me. So I threw the Yeti cup at him. And I hit him in the head with it. And then I ran on outside to the garage to get in the car. And
were you able to leave that night?
Well, it took a minute. It took a good hour or so, because when he was grabbing my pocketbook and getting the key out, it's the fob, so I couldn't go anywhere. And I grabbed my pocketbook back, and of course he got into the car and backed it out. And when he backed it out, I guess he went about here to the door, I guess, back there. And then the neighbor had seen him, because he was going and parking the brake, going and putting the brake on, like he was going to come at me and hit me like that. And anyway, when he came in, he knocked one of the motorcycles over. It's before we got the slingshot, and it hit the back of the car. And then when he got out, he started cussing at me. And I was like, well, I didn't do it, you did it. And then the neighbor kid came over.
Objection again, narrative.
Well, I went over to the neighbor.
Okay, wait a minute. Well, I'll ask questions. I know it's hard to do this.
Well, I lived it, so that's
I know. I understand.
kind of know the way it went.
Ms. Dantzler, I need you just to listen to your attorney's questions, okay?
Okay.
I need you to answer what she's asking you so that I can make sure she's able to ask you all the questions she wants to
Okay.
ask you, okay?
Did you ever call family or friends about the concerns you had with the marriage? And let's talk about the first 6 months.
Yes.
And who did you call?
We're still waiting. Jury's still deliberating in the
I called my
Thomas
friend
Randolph case.
Evelyn. I called my friend Cindy. I called Tammy. I didn't tell her a whole lot, but
Did you ever talk to people here in Panama City about what was going on?
I did.
And who did you talk to here?
This lady named Kat at Chico's. I met her, and I met Sloan from a yoga class and talked with her.
Why were you talking to these people?
Well, I met Sloan at, like I said, the yoga class, and she was just nice, and her was talking. Me and her was talking. We went to breakfast a couple of times or lunch after yoga, and then Kat was always talking to me at Cato's.
Okay. Well, did you and Lonnie ever go to marriage counseling?
Yes.
When did you go to marriage counseling?
After that incident, I threw the Yeti cup in about December.
Okay. And how did the marriage counseling go?
It didn't go good because we couldn't be honest, he said.
We're on the
we
the 14th
couldn't tell her
Circuit Court
certain things.
in Florida.
Did he tell you, when I say he, I mean Mr. Dantzler, did Mr. Dantzler tell you what you were not allowed to discuss with the counselor?
Yeah.
And what was that?
Well, first he said the swinging club, but I'd already said it, and I said, was it all right? And he said yes. And I wasn't going to tell him about how much he was drinking and that he was grabbing me. And he said, we're going to talk about our fighting, and that I left. And, I stayed in a hotel one night, but he knew exactly where I was. And he showed up a couple places and where I'd had breakfast, and we wasn't going to be honest with her about us fussing and arguing.
Did you ever go to counseling after the abuse in your childhood?
No.
Did you ever go to counseling after the abuse from your second husband?
No.
Did you and Lonnie ever talk about getting a divorce?
I always told him I wanted a divorce, and he said no. He said, we can work it out. And I said, I can't, because just keep putting up with what you have, what you're doing.
Okay. Did you ever seek legal advice about getting a divorce?
I did.
And when did you do that?
I did that in June.
June of what year?
June, July. I think it was June. Yes, 2021.
Okay. And did you ever get to file?
I don't think I ever filed. I had an attorney from Tallahassee, and I sent him a copy of the marriage agreement, and told him, go ahead and draw up the paper. He looked at it and see what all he could do. It's I give him a retainer fee, and he was using the money to.
The jury is directly to my left.
Why didn't you get a local attorney?
On your,
because
as I'm looking out, they're right.
Lonnie and his family are well known here, and
right here.
a lot of attorneys live in our neighborhood, or
Up here
I
is
think
the
there was
lady
a
asking the
judge that lived
questions.
in our neighborhood. So
Directly above me is
everybody, they're just
the
well
witness,
known.
the defendant, who's testifying in her own defense.
I think we've already talked about the Ring cameras, but I'm ask you again about the installation. Who had them installed?
Oh, he did. He installed them himself.
Okay, and approximately when did that happen?
It happened before they redid our bedroom and bathroom after the hurricane damage. So it was Within the first year. It was within the first year.
Were you concerned about about all the cameras being around the house?
Yeah. I mean, it was good if we wasn't there, but it wasn't good when I'm there, or, all the time.
Were you ever, I'm sorry.
And then he'd pop up and say something, to scare me. It's kind of funny then, but, when you do it, but then after a while, it kind of got aggravating because sometimes, you might run from your bedroom to the kitchen and just, your undergarments and get something to drink and run back to the bathroom.
Now, was there a camera installed in his office?
There was a camera in his office.
Now, did you have that installed?
No, ma'am, he had that before we even got married.
Did the installation, did it change places of where it was after y'all got married?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, tell me about that.
Well, it was on his desk, say like right here's his computers. He had two of these monitors up, and the camera was right like that by the monitor. You could see it at the door. It's only pictured like the door and who was at the door, and like December's desk, and you could see who walked by on that. And then
where did it get changed to?
then it moved back on the wall about right there, so you could see. You could just see this, and they could see like where you are.
Did you do that installation?
Lonnie put it up. I told him, let's put it up, where you put it up right there. And he said, we did that together because he sent me to go get some nails and a hammer from Fuzzy.
Now, could you access the camera in his office from your device, your phone?
No, only from the office phone. I could do that. I could do the Ring cameras, but not his.
I think she has a battered wife
office
defense.
phone.
haven't
His
heard the
office
details.
camera.
And when you say from the office phone, was that a phone that you had, or whose phone was that?
Well, I used it for a couple weeks because I lost it. I say I lost it, but he took my phone in New Orleans. No, not New Orleans. It's when we went to go see Circus Soleil. They took my phone there.
Why did he take your phone?
Because we were fussing again, and I told him I could just get a ride home or somewhere.
Could Lonnie, Mr. Dantzler access the Ring cameras in the house from any of his devices?
Yes, his phone.
Okay.
And probably his laptop, I know, and Sweet D, and his office in the house, or in the computers at the house, and the computer at his desk where he worked.
Are you aware of whether or not Mr. Dantzler did track or look at you when he was at work? Are you aware of whether or not he did?
Yeah.
And how do you know that?
He would talk through the cameras, and he'd tell me that, like, oh, I seen you do this.
And what about any other devices that kept up with you? Are you aware of any of those?
He had a tracking device, and because he'd show up, like, he knew I liked to go to Dunkin' Donuts or somewhere for breakfast, or Chick-fil-A, and sometimes I'd go across the bridge and eat over there, and sometimes I'd just eat over here. And he'd call me, and I wouldn't answer the phone, and within like 15, 20 minutes, or I'd say 20 minutes, he'd show up where I was. He said, why didn't you answer the phone?
Did that happen more than once?
It happened several times.
And did it happen at different places that he would show
Different
up?
places. I was in Dillard's, and I might be over here at, what is that? The tennis shoes, Skechers, or anywhere he would.
Now, we talked about the trip to Miss Hammond's house, and we talked about, that incident, what happened there. Did y'all go on a trip in which something happened early in your marriage?
I'm trying to think. We went on several trips. That was the New Orleans on the at Christmas time at New Orleans. Well, it stopped. We went on a train ride, and it was like 2 weeks long. And I can't remember all the places you'd go. You'd ride for a day or two, and then you get out and stay a night or two.
Okay. What happened on that trip?
Well, I got motion sickness, so I had to take Dramamine. So when we'd stop and get off at the train station, I'd find the nearest couch and lay down and go to sleep because it made me sleepy. But anyway, so when we got to New Orleans, he started drinking a lot, and we was fussing, and they started grabbing me and pushing me, and they started hitting me, and I said, wasn't going to do that. So I said, I'm leaving. And he didn't want me to, but I did. He was grabbing me, but I went out the hallway, and I got a ride to the airport. And somebody at the hotel, and they said this was the worst place for a female to be by herself in New Orleans. And so I went to the airport and got my ticket, and I didn't know it closed. I couldn't get it to the next day or something, get on the plane. So I had to get a hotel. And then anyway, when I got to try to get other stuff on the credit card, he already turned my credit card off. So, and I think I had about $100. And when you go to the airport now, you can't pay a lot of cash. You have to have credit cards. So I was trying to pay everything with credit cards, like food and stuff. And one time I just tried to get a bottle of water to drink, that's $5 for a bottle of water.
Narrative.
Sustained.
But so a man
Ms.
behind.
Danzler, I do need you once again to listen to your attorney's questions and answer the question that she asked you, ma'am.
Okay.
So what happened that caused you concern on that trip?
Well,
Were you without money?
I was without money, and I was wondering how I'm going to get home, how I'm going to eat, because I couldn't pay with cash.
And how did you finally get home?
I did.
And when you got home, was Mr. Danzler already home, or where was he?
No, he was still in New Orleans, and
Did he try to contact you at that point?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did he want at that point?
He wanted me to come back. He was telling me he was sorry. He wanted me to come back and be with him and finish the trip. And no, I told him I wasn't going to do it because I wasn't sure that he wasn't going to leave me, stuck somewhere I couldn't get back home.
Now, did Mr. Danzler ever discuss with you about his first marriage?
He did.
Did he discuss with you about his wife, how she died?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did it give you concerns what he told you?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
He told me that they were both drinking because she drank all the time, and that he got really drunk and they were arguing because they argued a lot when they was drinking. And he said that she come over there at him while he was at the bar area, and he pushed her down. When he pushed her, her head hit the ottoman. And he said that's basically where she died. And then he put her on the couch. And he said, he set her up on the couch, and then, because he was drunk at the time too, that he had to go to bed to sleep his off before he called 911. And I think he said it was like 10 or 11, 1 or near 12 when he called about her.
Now, you don't know whether or not that's true, do you?
No, I have no idea. I just know that's what he told me.
Did you believe that?
Oh, definitely.
Did he, do you believe that he was capable of doing that?
Yes,
And why did you feel that way?
because he's strong, and I know he could, because when he gets mad, he gets mad. He's like really mad.
Were you ever threatened by him?
I was.
And did you feel that he was capable of harming you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you, did he ever discuss with you his, about him harming anyone else?
Yes.
And what did he tell you?
Well, there was a couple of maintenance guys, one of them in particular, but there was two of them that lived there, and he kept telling me he had to
That
go.
lived where?
Oh, I'm sorry, in Suite D. It
Of
was,
what?
a storage unit that they had he made into like a suite with a kitchen, a refrigerator, shower, bathroom, but he turned it into a workout room after the man died. But so he said he wasn't getting out. He was retired, but he had got somebody to take care of him. He said, and it wasn't a heart attack like he said.
What did he tell you? What did he tell you?
He told me that he arranged things, that they have people that work for him that can make things happen like that. And they did it, and he did it for the other maintenance man. So that was two maintenance men that he did it with. And
Now, do you know whether or not that's true?
I have no idea if that's true, but I believe that it's true because he told me it. And I've seen things happen when I was there. I mean, not actually seen the act, but I've seen somebody that passed away that died there. Like I'll wait for you to ask me.
I'll wait for you to ask me.
Did you ever work at the storage inn?
I did.
When did you work there?
1 December quit.
And how long did you work there?
A couple of months before they hired Emily.
And how did it work when you worked there?
Good, because when Lonnie was showing me how to do the work, I told him, "You're just telling me," and I was like, "I just need to have notes so I can go by the notes how to do certain things." And so I made a notebook on how to do things.
How were you treated by Mr. Larry Danzler?
He didn't talk to me much at all.
Now, there was a lot of talk about holiday times, that you were only in the family 2 holiday seasons. Would that be fair to say? You were married 2 years?
Yes.
Okay. And did you go to any of the holiday visits?
Not the first year, but the second year we cooked Thanksgiving for them. We did the turkey, and I did the dressing, and fixed deviled eggs and green bean casserole. I can't remember what all we cooked, but we took the main dishes.
And where did you take the main dishes?
To his parents' house.
You can give all the
And
hearsay you want.
was
It's
the
not
whole
objected
family
to.
there, or who was there?
No, just Daly and Tony and his 2 kids. He had his 2 kids there.
And who was Tony?
Tony was Daly's boyfriend at the time. Tony McKenzie.
Is that the doctor we heard from yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever go to any other holiday
No,
time?
the only holiday we had with them.
Okay, and why didn't you go to the other? I guess there would have been 2 Christmases and 1 other Thanksgiving. Why did you not go?
Well, the first year they went to Cindy's, I believe, for Thanksgiving and Christmas, and we went on the train ride at Christmas time. I think we was gone for like 2 weeks. Well, I wasn't gone 2 weeks.
That was the plan.
Right. And but he wanted me to come back. But and then the second year we just went, like I said, for Thanksgiving. We didn't get invited for Christmas or anything.
This is what I've
Did
gathered
you
so far.
prevent Mr. Danzler from going to his family's house?
Not at all.
We don't have the previous days.
Did
videos.
Mr.
This is
Danzler
live
ever
only.
prevent you from seeing your friends?
Well, certain ones he didn't like. He said,
14th Circuit in Florida.
really all my
That's where we
friends
are.
were old, dumb as a stump like me, and not educated. So he didn't care for none of us.
Yes,
Well, I
that's
say
the
none
jury
of
we're
us, none
seeing
of
there.
them. Okay.
Did Mr. Dantzler ever cause bruises on you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I want to turn to what is already in evidence, which would be, if we can publish it, please, Your Honor. It would be defendants H, 1, 2, 3, and 4, but we'll start with 1.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, here's our projector just got turned on. Let's see what we're looking at. Does the judge have to do all the publishing documents? Waiting for it to load here. Molly, the court provided these camera feeds, and the court shows the jury. So the court seems to be okay with showing the jury.
Now, the picture that you see on the screen, where was that taken?
That was at the hospital.
And do you know who took that picture?
I don't know.
Okay, but do you recall being in the hospital? And is that the way you looked when you were in the hospital?
Well, I looked worse than that when I found out where I was.
Honor, I'm going to object. At this point, we don't even know when this is taken or what this is in reference to.
This is
Can we meet at sidebar?
The attorney's done a very poor job here with this lady laying the foundation. It just went ahead and showed. I don't know what this picture is. Looks like we're seeing that, you know, there's some sort of bruise or something on her chest. That finally the other side woke up. Yes, every court is different. Some courts are some courts will do jury selection with names and everything on the record, in front of the camera. They're just okay with it. Gritty Gret is reading Lonnie's obituary now. Lonnie was the husband, I believe, who she unalived. This is a tough case. Has some background that put her in a really bad spot. I don't know the circumstances specifically with the situation of when he was unalived. These are my verdict eyebrows. Just a quick vote. We can go join Brandy. She's sent me the link. If we want to go join Brandy, we can do that. Would you rather keep watching this for a little while, or would you like to go over and join Brandy? We're right around 1 minute 20, a minute 20 of deliberation. I actually need to correct the timer a little bit. The official timer has been corrected because I started a couple minutes later than we expected. So probably a juror was late today as well. But keep watching. I like this. Let's stay here, please. Okay, we can keep this going. I might be able to keep this going without. I wonder if I can do both. Love a good challenge. I can dial in on Brandy's on my phone. That's what I can do. So we're going to keep this going, and I'll mute the mic here and appear briefly over on Brandy's and just say hi. Okay, we're going to stay here. Just give me a minute. We're going to keep this with this court case. They're coaching the lady, telling her how to answer questions. And it's not like telling her what to say, but telling her that she needs to just give the
It
answers.
has been taken down. So if you want to ask your next question.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Wow, the picture was objected to and they got sustained.
I'd like to publish Defendant's Exhibit I.
With no foundation again. This lady's just...
While that's coming up, Ms. Dantzler, did Mr. Dantzler ever put bruises on you?
Yes, ma'am.
And I want to talk about any time leading up to this incident, which happened in July of 2021. But before that time, were there bruises put on you?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you ever able to take pictures of those bruises?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what it was his demeanor when he would put these bruises on you? What was his general demeanor?
He'd be drunk for most of the time.
Was he angry?
Yeah, he'd get angry and mad.
What was his tone of voice?
Oh, he was hateful, and I'd get scared because, well, I'll just let you ask me.
Your Honor, I think this might be a good time for that stipulation to be read.
When parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. The Celebrite extraction being presented to you contains 9 photos. Those 9 photographs. The rest of the images are duplicates the phone created for thumbnail access. The state and defense agree that the additional images duplicates of the original 9 images presented.
Ms. Dantzler, if you will draw your attention to the screen there, do you see the images that are on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
And we'll see the pictures in just a little bit in a little better format, but there are 4. Do you see the top picture there?
Yes, ma'am.
And when was that picture taken?
It says July 3rd, 2021.
Okay. And what were you, was this picture taken by your cell phone?
Yeah,
And what were you depicting in that picture?
a bruise on my arm where he's grabbed me, it looks like. Or is that my leg? It looks like.
When the picture gets a little bit bigger, I think it'll be easier to see. But in each of these pictures, were you attempting to show a bruise that had happened?
That could have been on my leg.
Okay. Let's, if you'll scroll down, Miss Bennett, please. And are all of these, if you can look, are all of these images, were they taken on, the first image was taken on July the 3rd. When was the second image taken?
July the 5th.
And when was the third image taken?
The 3rd.
Well, they look like they may be duplicates even there, correct?
Yes, it says the same time, so it is a duplicate.
Okay. Let's go on to the next page. There are several duplicates, you would agree, right? When you put it into your phone, it went to several different places. Okay, let's look down at the second picture on this page. When was that created?
20.
Okay,
20.
of 2020.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and then the bottom two pictures, or well, all three of the second picture, or I guess it's this one, and go up to the top where you're at the top of the screen, right there, right there. No, down just a little bit, Miss Bennett. That one, when was that one created?
The second one.
Yes, ma'am.
10/13.
And then the next one,
And that was just at 3:33 too, I think.
okay. And then the next one of your arm there.
10/13/2020.
All right. And then the following one.
It was the same day, 10/13/2020.
Okay. Now, if we can scroll on through these images, do you agree that the vast majority of these images are just duplicates from where it was put in different areas of your phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we're going to get to the pictures where we can actually see the pictures a little bit better. Okay, can you tell us what this picture is of? Can you see it a little bit better now?
Yeah.
And do you know how that bruise got on your arm?
Is that my arm? I don't know if that's my arm or my leg. I can't tell. If it's on my arm, that's where he's grabbed me.
Okay, let's look at the net. I'm sorry?
Well, he was real bad when he's drinking about grabbing me and pushing me when he gets drunk.
Okay, let's look at the next image, please. Okay, and what is this image of?
My leg,
Okay, and do you know how you got that bruise?
where he pushed me down on something.
Okay. The next page, please, Miss Bennett. Do you recognize that picture?
It looks like a bruise
Okay. And do you know how you got that bruise?
when he's pushed me or grabbed me.
Right. The next picture, Miss Bennett, please.
That one, I believe, that's where he pushed me on the boat.
And what happened when he pushed you on the boat, if you remember that specifically?
Well, I wasn't a good swimmer, and when I don't know if I can say all this. I won't. Well, he just pushed me because he was mad at me, and he was drunk on the boat, and he pushed me. I want to tell you the story, but I can't.
Well, I don't want to prevent you from testifying. You just can't give a long narrative of each thing. Do you know how you hit yourself?
Yeah, when he pushed me over the side, I was kind of leaning, and then he just like pushed me even more. So I hit the metal part of the boat, where you put your arm up if you're riding in the front seat, and I hit it on that.
Was it frightening to you when he pushed you over the boat?
It was, because I'm not a good swimmer, and he knows that.
Did he ever make any comments to you about what he could do to you?
Yes, he did a lot. He would take me out on the boat, and he would say that he could make it where I'd pull off and I would drown. And they would think it was sad for him to have two wives to pass away because I couldn't swim to get back. And so I always try to keep my life jacket or one of those floaties that you could sit on or hold on to. And
we can move on to the next picture, Miss Bennett. And is that the same incident?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What about this picture, Ms. Dantzler?
He looked like he pushed me on that one. Or he could have grabbed me. He looked like,
When you took these pictures, Ms. Dantzler, what was the purpose of taking each of these pictures?
because it just kept happening more and more. And the more he drank, the worse it would get. And,
Did you send any of these pictures to anyone?
not always, but I wanted just to keep them myself. I didn't want to worry everybody because I know they'd worry, but I kind of started talking a little bit because I was getting scared.
Okay, now, with the bruises each of the pictures of the bruises that you took that were in your phone, were they from incidences in which your husband caused the bruise?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and do you recall, well, you said you told about that one, and what about the last image that's up there?
That looks like a bruise. And
Were there other times that Mr. Dantzler caused bruising on you that you didn't take pictures?
yes. And then I would relocate to.
Now, you can answer the question, Ms. Dantzler. I don't mean to keep you from talking at all. It's just
Well,
that.
I would show him. I was like, look, this is what you're doing to me. Look what you keep doing when I'm drunk. And he'd be like, well, you shouldn't be a dumb, or you shouldn't be smart back to me.
And what were your concerns about living with Mr. Dantzler?
Well, when he'd get real drunk, I was afraid that he was going to hurt me or kill me like he said he did with Susan. And I was afraid to go a lot of times out on the boat with him.
Did you ever call the police when he injured you?
No,
Why not?
because he has connection with them. Their storage unit's right beside Lynn Haven's.
Well, do you know about the connections?
He says they have connections. And when I worked there, one of the men who rented a unit there, he was in jail and he was late on his payment, but yet he gave him the money, or his dad paid for it. And he wanted in his unit and they had a lock on it, and he kept fussing at him and said, look, it's paid up, let me get in it. And he was cussing at him. And then I think Lonnie got Fuzzy to get in there, or let him get in, but he was cussing at him a lot.
Is Fuzzy the fixer?
And he says he'll be taken care of, like that. And then the next day, the next morning, he was dead in his truck right in front of the unit. And he said that they had him taken care of.
Objection.
Do you know for a fact of whether or not he was taken, that anyone took care of him, so to speak?
No, other than what he told me, but I believe he did, because I was working there at the time.
Okay. Now, did you ever talk with Mr. Well, I'll call him Fuzzy since that's what you called him. Did you ever talk to him about being concerned about Mr. Dantzler's behavior to you?
Yeah, he said, but you could tolerate him better, because sometimes he just gets on this high horse when he's drunk, and sometimes when he's not drunk, and just he's right, and he's going to be right, and that's the only way it's going to be. And
well, why didn't you leave when he got violent? What was the reason that you just didn't pack up and leave like after the first or second month?
I left one time, and I obviously did it in a bad area because I didn't know where to go, find a hotel room.
That was the New Orleans time.
And he knew where I was. He said, I knew you were okay, or something could have happened to you there because you wasn't in a good place. I stayed, I guess if y'all heard of it, I don't want to say that because it might just be bad. But anyway, it was just in a bad area.
I don't want to say
What
they're
was
a
the
motel.
worst thing that?
It's a Motel 6.
Mr.
We're getting this
Hansler
feed
ever
from the
did to you
14th Circuit
that you
Court,
can
directly from
remember?
them in Florida.
Well, besides the masturbating and having sex when I was asleep, which was uncalled for, but he'd had guns everywhere, and he would sometimes lay a bunch of them out on the floor and push the chairs and couch back, clean them, and he would say, "It will kill." He said, "It will kill," and then he'd point it at you and say, "It will kill you." You know, it was always, he would go, "It will kill." Have y'all seen, there's a show that they say that.
It will kill you.
They make swords or something, or knives, and they say,
Objection, narrative.
"Oh,
Sustained.
oh, sorry, I'm sorry."
Now, we've talked a lot about the trip to Nashville. There's been a lot of testimony about that over the last few days. Do you recall approximately when you went to Nashville?
It was in June.
Of what year?
This 2021,
Okay.
and I can't really remember the dates on there.
Was it close to your birthday?
Yeah,
And when's your birthday?
my birthday's June the 16th.
Okay. And what happened in Nashville in a kind of in a nutshell?
Well, I mean, I had a drink and he had drinks. He had a little bit more than me, and I took his wallet, and his license and all was in there, and I tried to get the computer so I could make sure I could get me plane ride on the way home, and he was really mad about that, but I already had my bags, and I guess we were arguing. I already had my bag packed, and it was at the door. Of course, he was trying to get his wallet back, and then some lady knocked on the door, and you know, she could hear us, and she said, "I had my bag." She's like, "Come on out here, come on out here."
Were you evicted from the hotel by the hotel personnel?
No, I wasn't. I mean, I already had my bag packed. I was leaving, and she helped me get out of there.
Okay. And did someone at the hotel take you to a place where you could stay and be safe?
The lady did, and she told him, the guy who checked me into the room, not to run my credit card until the morning,
And what was the purpose of that?
so he wouldn't know where I was.
Okay. What was Mr. Dantzler doing to you at that time?
Well, he was trying to grab me, and he was mad, and he was cussing at me because he wanted his wallet back.
Did he ever hit you that night?
Yeah, in the shoulders and the arms. He was beating me up, and he was trying to grab me back in there, and I kept holding on the door and kept hollering at him. I mean, we was both hollering.
Sounds really bad.
Now, when did you go home?
I went home that next morning. It was, we left on Sunday. I believe I come home on Monday.
And when you got home, what did you do? Where did you go?
I got a ride from a Uber or taxi, whatever's up at the airport, and I come home, and I did call my attorney, and I started getting paperwork, got me an attorney for paperwork for a divorce, and started packing up my stuff, and I got, on Wednesday, I got me a storage unit.
Do you recall where you got where the storage unit was?
It was close near the house. I can't remember the name. It was up by a cemetery. It was on one side and the storage was on the right.
And did you move any of your belongings to the storage unit?
Wednesday I did.
Okay. Did you, were you doing this alone, or was anyone helping you?
No, I had my friend Sloan to help me, and I put my maiden name so it wouldn't come up as Dantzler. And
Why did you not want it to be in the name Dantzler?
because he would find it, or they would know him. And so I just put it in my maiden name so he wouldn't know that I had one.
And what sort of things were you taking out initially?
Like just my Tiffany lamps that I had, and just like some of the things that was my grandparents, and just little knickknacks like that. My office computer.
Did you take out a lot of stuff that first week?
Not a lot. I mean, I was trying. I was tired, and I was trying, and then I didn't know when he was coming back exactly. So I was having to be careful to get things out. Because
Did you have a plan? I mean, well, let me rephrase that question. Did you have a plan about moving out?
yeah,
And what was that plan?
I was going to move out before he got back, and but I was just trying to get things out, but being careful that it wasn't going to be in.
Did you think that him not having his wallet and credit cards would prolong him getting home?
Yes, and he was mad as a hornet then.
Okay. And did you when and he got home when?
He got home, I want to say that Thursday or Wednesday. Thursday, I believe it. No, I'm sorry, it was Wednesday.
Okay. And did you have anybody with you, anybody to help you?
Well, I called my friend, Dawn Collins, to come stay with me and to get her to help me get some things out.
And where does she live?
Jenny, Georgia, both
in
of those
Georgia.
are confirmed.
And she flew out here, and she got in late because she missed the plane. So she got 2 hours late.
Okay. Now, when she got here,
Florida
was
versus
Mr. Dantzler already
Dantzler.
here?
Yeah. He
And
got home.
what was his reaction to you having Miss Collins at your home?
He was pretty surprised and upset. Didn't understand that, and he didn't want her there. I said, "Well, she's gonna stay."
Did he know that did you tell him at that point in time that you were moving out?
No, but I'm sure he could see that.
Now, prior to Mr. Dantzler coming home, did you see Mr. Pinchek in your home?
Yeah, Fuzzy. He was the one that got the guns.
Okay. Well, did you see that? Did you get a ding on your ring cam on your phone?
Yeah, I got a couple of dings on it.
And did you think that he had business in your home?
No, we didn't know. I didn't know who was going into the home.
And could you see that someone was taking things out of your home?
Yes,
Did you call the police as a result of that?
I did.
Was it unusual for Mr. Pinchek to come to your home when y'all weren't there and take things?
I've been
No,
waiting for HVAC
it wasn't
forever.
normal.
It wasn't normal, okay? And so when you saw it happening, did you know what was going on?
No, I mean, I just know that he was taking things, and I had no idea.
My life
Okay,
is
now-
HVAC.
At this point in time, this was about 1 month prior to this incident in July, isn't that right?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
When you came home from Nashville, it was about 1 month before Mr. Dantzler was killed, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did you try to disable any of the cameras at that time when you came in from Nashville?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Well, because I didn't want him to see me loading up the car and getting things out of the house and see where I'm at in the house and what I'm doing.
Prior to that point in time, were the cameras up and running?
Yes.
And did you disable all the cameras at that time, or tell us about what you did disable?
I tried to unplug the ones in the house. And then on the outside, I spray painted the first one, like over the door. I spray painted that one because I was taking things out the front door and putting them in the back of the car because I had too much stuff to go through to put it in the back. And then I put towels over the other one. And the other camera system that's in between the right garage door and the left one in the middle, that wasn't a Ring camera. That was on the same camera system that the office camera's on.
Which one was? I'm sorry.
There was one between either the two garage that it was another camera system. It's what he had before we got married. It's not as good as the Ring cameras, he said. So that's the reason he went Ring cameras.
I'm going to ask that defendants be published, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the jury is being shown on this. That's the court's decision on where the cameras are located. That's where they chose they wanted it. So they're okay with showing the jury here.
In that picture, do you see a camera?
Yeah, so it's not in the middle of them, it's right there. On this, can you see it right there where I'm pointing? If I take that little thing up there right there, that's it.
Are you talking about on the edge of the garage?
Right there, yes, ma'am.
And is there any on the front door?
Yeah, right there.
Okay. Which camera was it that you spray painted?
This one right there.
Can we flip to the next one?
That, you can see the paint on this picture.
Okay. Now let's, if you will, scroll to the next one, please. Okay. What did you do to the? Did you do that? Put that towel or whatever that is around the
Pillowcase.
Okay. And what was that you put that on?
That was the other camera system that he has. That's the same as the office one.
All right. And scrolling on.
And that's a Ring camera.
Okay. And were there cameras in this area where the pool is?
Yes.
How many cameras were in that area? I'm sorry?
I'm trying to look.
Okay.
That's one, I believe, there. Or maybe. That's one. I know there's one upstairs.
She's zooming in.
Did you disable the cameras at the swimming pool?
All you do is flip the switch on and off, so you don't see it. But it don't turn the one off the upstairs or anywhere else. It just turns it off right here by the pool.
And did you switch those off?
When I got home, I
This is
did.
in Florida, Daisy.
Now, if we can move
14th
on
Circuit Court in
to
Florida. This is
Defendant's
live
Exhibit
as we're
C
waiting
that's
for
already
the
in
deliberation
evidence.
to conclude in the Tommy Randolph case.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. No. The first picture, please. The Ring, did you see a Ring camera in that? No, the foyer. Did you see a Ring camera there? And did you push that over?
I guess, but it's plugged into one of those cords, like a Christmas tree, where you can step on it. It's green with a red light. You step on it, comes on and off like that.
Is that how you disabled that one?
Well, yeah, and I must have flipped it over.
Okay. Now, did Mr. Dantzler, when he got home from Nashville, did he say anything about the cameras being disabled?
No, because I turn them off a lot of times. Well, is there this, I tell them let's turn them off when we're inside the house,
So would it be, not be terribly unusual for them to be off?
No,
Okay, now were there any cameras in the dining room, which is the next, if you scroll down, was there any cameras in there that you're aware of?
yes, right there in the corner.
Okay. And scrolling on, is there a camera there in the living room?
Right there on the mount.
Were there any other cameras in the living room?
Not that I'm aware of.
Hey, Unique Detail.
Is that another
Welcome.
picture of the living room
Hope
there?
you're doing well today.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, if we'll scroll on to number 6. Okay, and is this the master bedroom?
Yes, ma'am.
Are there cameras? How many cameras are there in the master bedroom?
Just the one.
Okay, if you will scroll on, Ms. Bennett, is that a little bit better picture of that?
Yes.
Okay, and scrolling on one more picture, which would be the 8th picture. What is up in the corner there that looks like you've got a pillowcase there? What is that?
I don't know what that is. It's something that hangs down on the metal and it has like a red light. I'm not sure what it is. I don't know if it's something for the internet or if it's another type of camera. I don't know. And I don't know when it got put up there.
Now, were there any cameras at all in Mr. Dantzler's man cave? In his office?
Anyway.
In his office, Mr. Dantzler's office?
Man cave.
Office?
Yes, ma'am. At the office in the house.
Oh, was there any ring cameras or anything?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay. Moving on to the kitchen, were there cameras in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I noticed in several of the pictures, there are telescopes or binoculars. What were those used for?
Well, that one is actually a scope for a gun range that it
It's a
picks
spotting
up
scope.
other, like people on their boats or across the way, you know, where the other was. And you could see who's in their boats. And,
Who used that scope?
well, we both did. And, you know, whoever comes in, you know, look out across the water and see things.
Just spying on people.
And Ms. Dantzler, how many guns were in your house? You can take that down, Ms. Bennett.
I couldn't even count them. I mean, they were all over. We'd have them in kitchen drawers. Just, I mean, it was just unreal.
Can you just give us some examples of where they were?
Well, it'd be over there where the pots and pans were in the kitchen. They'd be over there in the drawer where you seen that with a little glass table. And then there's another cabinet where the table's here and where the stove eyes are. And on the side where the table is, there's another cabinet. There was a couple guns there. The guns on top of the little cabinet over there too.
Did Mr. Dantzler ever use those guns to intimidate you?
Yeah, he brought home a silencer too and said that he could shoot me with this and nobody would even hear it. And he would shoot it out in the water. He shot many of his guns out in his water.
Did it frighten you when he said that?
Yeah, because I know he could.
Right. Now, you said you got the storage shed sometime in June, right after you came back from the Nashville trip.
Yes,
And it was in your maiden name.
right.
Did you ever make a change in that?
Yes.
And what did you do?
When I called my sister and told her, I said, I need to change it and put it in your name because I didn't want it to come back.
And why did you do that?
I was afraid he'd go get the stuff out of it and find out.
The lawyer wants to
Now,
withdraw.
let's
Amy in
move
Sarah
on
Bone's
in
trial.
time, and let's get to
He hasn't been allowed to
the
yet.
time of the, well, I want to stay back in June for just 1 minute. When Dawn was there, did anything happen when Miss Collins was at your house right after the Nashville trip?
Yeah.
And what happened?
He was mad because she came and stayed with us, and he wanted her gone. And but when we got back, he was drunk, so he was okay as far as being a little bit nice to her and us. And then when she go up to the bedroom and we was in the bedroom, then that's when he'd get mad, and he was pushing me on the bed and said, she's got to go. And then he said that he can actually kill her and make it look like I killed her, and then I would kill myself, is what he said.
Did you have any inclination that Mr. Dantzler would ever do anything like that?
Yes, because of what he told me he did with Susan and the 2 maintenance guys, where it made him look like it had a heart attack. And then the guy that overdosed while I was working there and right in front of his unit, that he could have anything and he could do anything.
Did Dawn stay her intended stay with y'all?
She's going to stay, I think, as long as she could, but he would get mad, and he started like hollering and grabbing me and hitting me and say, she's got to go. And
Did Miss Collins leave before she was expected to leave?
Yes.
And why did she do that?
Objection, call for speculation.
I'll rephrase.
Rephrase your question.
When Miss Collins left, did you go with her? Did you leave with her?
No.
And why did you not leave with her?
Well, he was going to find us and kill us. I'm pretty sure of that.
Now,
So
what
good to have
time
you,
did
Sherry.
Mr.
Thank you so much.
Dantzler usually go to work?
Anywhere between 6 to 7.
Would he leave the house about that time?
Yes.
I think, and
Maisla's
on
mom,
the
send me
weekend
an
of
email or
July
a text, and I'll
10th
give you
and 11th,
Amber's contact.
do you recall the testimony that y'all were out riding? I believe it was jet skis. You remember doing that?
On the 10th or the 11th.
Of July.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
The eyebrows and the judge's 80s frizzy hair, they go well together. This is a crazy case. We just barely found this. It sort of snuck under the radar. It started earlier this week. We've had, I think, 3 days of prosecution testimony. Defense started their testimony today. The defendant is the lady on the stand. She's testifying in her own defense right now, and that's what we're listening to. That's where we're picking up. So our document hounds are rapidly trying to dig up information on this case just as quickly as we can. It sounds like Maisla has Mayla's mom has a source on the documents. Let's see. Mayla's mom, can I give your phone number to Amber, or do you want an email address? What do you want me to send to her? Probably email might be best. And Amber, if you want me to send the email to her, whichever way would work the best. Mayla's mom says yes. Okay. Eyebrows, what eyebrows? Thank you, Chuck. That's what I've been saying all along. What eyebrows? What's the big deal? You're gonna hear some facts about.
I think we're in a spot where we're going to take about 15 minutes.
Okay.
While you are going back downstairs, do y'all need some water and things downstairs? All right, we're going to be in recess for 15 minutes.
Jury's getting up right there. We get to see them. Looks like they get to take notes here. It's a very laid-back courtroom. This is in Florida, 14th Circuit Court. It's crazy case. This is a jury trial. We're seeing the jury right there in the window next to us, and that the court is providing that feed of the jury for us. So we're not doing anything wrong. You can see the jury. Some courts do this. Some courts don't keep the jury secret. Okay, hold on just 1 second here. Let's see. Okay, I need to take this and send it to Amber. Okay, I'm going to send you this right here, Amber, just 1 second. A photo from here. Okay, there you go. So if you can connect and share information. Did she shoot her husband? That's what we're hearing. Like 5 times from several different angles and with different caliber firearms. We need different firearms. Apparently she made sure it was done and done right. And that looks bad generally. Using multiple weapons to shoot one person looks bad for self-defense. It looks bad. We cannot start watching this one.
Having exited, please be seated. Is there anything the state of the defense needs to address before we take our recess?
No, Your Honor.
We'll be in recess for 15 minutes.
Okay, unfortunately, we only get a live feed. So if we missed out on the beginning, we missed out on the beginning. It may be possible down the road to do a FOIA request and get a copy of possibly the video of the trial. That might be an option, Amber. I'm not sure if you or Mayla's mom would be interested in seeing if there's a video copy kept that can be requested. I'd be happy to do the FOIA request and foot the bill for that one. If that's the case, let me know what the price is before we sign up for that. Sometimes they charge ridiculous amounts. Let's see. Yeah, we picked this one up. We heard that Amber alerted me to this, and she's like, I can't believe this snuck under the radar. I was already subscribed to this channel. I'd already been watching this one, and we just didn't hear this. Sometimes just trial starts and we don't hear anything. Is the death penalty on the trial table for this trial? I would be highly surprised. Highly surprised, given her age. If she sounds like a sweet lady. She sounds so sweet and honest that she's getting put back in cuffs here. She's clearly in custody and has been, since whenever she was arrested. I don't know how long that's been, but cuffed and double locked. So that prevents the cuffs from over tightening, as well as prevents anything else. But here she goes. Whoa. Wow. Let's see. Who says I felt bad for her until I heard she went to jail? What? You growling at somebody? Zoe is growling. My house is haunted, so it could be that. I felt bad for her until I heard she went to pull a gun on the cops and they tased her. Yes, they tased her. She had like 2 guns on her when she was arrested. Just a modern day Annie Oakley. What are you seeing, Zoe? Okay, now I'm getting freaked out. So I'm like alone in the house with Zoe, and Zoe's staring off into space and growling. So I'm going to keep the live feed open just in case something happens. How long was he dead before she was found? Okay, she did try to hide the body. I think she waited quite a while before calling the police. I think 5 shots with different calibers and different directions. Go get him. Go get him, Zoe. Go on. Go on. Go get him. Sick him. Sick him, Joey. Go. Come on. Zoe, go get him. I don't know what. She won't chase the ghost. Yes. Is Zoe still here? Yes. Sitting in the middle of the room. She's right down. I think She's right behind my laptop. Like if I close this, you can see Zoe barely. Oh, she's right there, right there. Can't see her, but let's see. It's my eyebrows. No, she's not looking at me. She's fine with me. I need a Zoe cam, although right now it would just be like cable clutter is what you would see. Cords all over the floor. The husband was found by the cops and the daughter during a wellness check. What's funny is so he's like mid-scratch stopping and turning to the door and just glaring. Seriously, Aussie Gardner. There's nothing over there. Nothing. Anyway, we are just past 2 hours of deliberation time in the Tommy Randolph case. She didn't call the police. Daughter went for a well check, I believe, 2 days after the murder. There is more to this case. There is. Something stinks here in this case. One of the kids hadn't heard from and called for a welfare check. 911 showed up and found dead Lonnie under a pile of clothes and found her in bed asleep with a gun. Man. This is like a rental dog. I'm borrowing it. This is my partner's dog. He's our business partner that's helping with the Airbnb. He's doing the work right now, installing the cabinets and doing a great job. They look incredible, getting the cabinets all put in. It's starting to actually look like a place we can live in, which is cool. Let's see. Live motorhome chase. Live motorhome chase. Hang on. It's not. Sharon, are you sure? I'm getting something else. Let's see. I'm not seeing a live. I clicked the link and it's taking me to a different video. It's taking me to an arrest of the wife in the. Oh, here it is. Okay. Whoa! I found it. Okay, hold tight. See if we can get this pulled up. I should get a dog of my own. Can we play back from the beginning? Greeners, unfortunately, on this case, we can't because they do not save a copy publicly. There may be a copy saved at the court, which we'll have to go back and watch, but not publicly. Hang on. We might be able to back up to the beginning of the police chase. It was a day ago, 20 hours ago, day ago. Live now. Okay. Okay, there's a crash following a motorhome pursuit in a police chase. Let me see if I can bring this up for you guys. Bring this over right here, make it full screen. We'll only have just a minute to watch this because court's going to come back in Florida.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Okay. Ready? No audio. Just have a borrowed dog is all. Trigger warning, slightly damaged motorhome. The camera's searching everywhere for it right now. Let's see, there's that's that's just a statue on the side of the road. Advertisement for the racetrack, apparently. Please tell me the racetrack was involved with the motorhome. That would be amazing. There we go. There's the motorhome on its side. With HEVC, do you think you'll migrate to 4K? Not with my current hardware. My camera can handle it. My live view can handle it. My switcher cannot. 4K switchers, an 8-port 4K switcher is extremely expensive. But I would love to do mobile live or most of the court camera, like the pool video feeds, are ordered to be 1080p, not 4K. Wow, look at that slide. Oh no, that's did it slide that far? Was it pushed? I definitely like to try it. I will say that with the live view, it's not very easy to default to HEVC. It does H264 by default instead of 265. And so I have to manually go in and configure it to do the other. And so we'll have to look into that.
Because he's the guy.
Wow, that's some wreck. The verdict clock is still going. We're at 2 minutes and 12, or 2 hours and 12 minutes. They're not showing the chase. The police did not pursuit or an incident that involved the motorhome. It looks like they're still in a standoff because we have no police officers up there against the motorhome. So possibly somebody's inside it.
There's a lawsuit.
Cops just backing out into traffic. Motorhome on its side. I'm not sure if all the juice you see on the ground is water. Just be aware they have different tanks on motorhomes, and some of those might need to clean up on aisle 7. Just waiting for any activity by the police, and I'm not seeing it yet. Let's zoom in because we're about to come back. Well, we've got a little bit before we come back from the break. They've set cones up, so it's not going to be a standoff situation. Maybe they're concerned about explosive as far as like propane tanks or fuel tanks. That's why they're keeping everybody back. Let's skip through just a little bit and see what's happening here. Yeah, nothing's at gunpoint, so I think they're done. He's like, I'm out of here. Nothing exciting happening. Lots of guys standing around. Skip ahead. What's happening here? Off in the grass. We're watching cars on the racetrack. Ooh, something over here too. The racetrack is involved somehow. Officers there, officers here. How did the motorhome get to the other side? So many questions, and I just don't have the answers. Let's see, we'll skip forward a little bit. Oh, they're starting to let traffic through. There's a nice sign for something. Advertisement. Traffic's getting through. Can't be that dangerous then. What's happening here? Officers are checking the bushes.
How does he do that?
Well, let's see if we can go live and see what the end result. Oh, the end result is we leave. So we'll never know. We just get to see a motorhome parked on its side. It's got a few stickers on the back window. It looks like they were well traveled or part of a lot of clubs. Not a bad looking motorhome, other than the fact that it's about 90 degrees off. As far as rotation goes. So, well, that was interesting. Thank you for that. I wonder. Oh my goodness, that would suck. That's a bad afternoon right there. As far as you can see, traffic's just bumper to bumper. That'll make your afternoon. Make it long, that's for sure. Okay, let's see where we at here. Was I showing that the whole time? Hopefully I was showing that. Let's see, the other window. Where are we back in court? Hang on just for a second, guys. Got to find where all my windows went to. They disappeared. Not there. There we go. Here's our window 3. So she's back on the stand. Everyone's just coming back in. Audio's turned
Don't
on.
miss the forest for the trees.
I don't even know where that motorhome wreck was. It was Fox 11. Is that California? Los Angeles. Los Angeles. Let's see, getting back to our verdict watch counter on there. 2 hours, 18 minutes, and 2 seconds. That's roughly synced up with the official clock as well. So that accounts for the little bit of a late start this morning by just a couple minutes. Heisenberg used some red phosphor again. It blew up the motorhome on its side. Is that a Breaking Bad reference? Plates were California. Okay, we should be back from break any minute now. I want to see how across goes with this defendant on the stand. We know they had a little bit of money. First of all, they're in a property in Florida. They're probably in a retirement or an area. I'm guessing a retirement area. They're on waterfront, which is not cheap. Especially waterfront with boats and stuff going by. So it's some good land. Their house looks really nice. It's very well decorated. There are guns everywhere, which are not cheap. We know that they had a car, at least one car, 2 motorcycles, and a slingshot at one point. A slingshot is a Polaris brand of sort of like a cross between a motorcycle and a car. It's a 3-wheeled vehicle with, slingshot has the 2 wheels up front, 1 in the back, and is it front wheel steering? I think that's the one. The brows did grow back. They did, Teresa. Yes, it was a Breaking Bad reference. I caught it. Was it his or her home before marriage? I think it was his. Rudy, I believe it was his. Her husband told her the police were in his pocket. She may have been afraid of the police. Yes, and she recounted a story where she said there was a problem guy that was, an issue, and he says, "Don't worry, it'll be taken care of." And the next day, he's found dead in his truck. Ta-da! Yeah, that would scare her. And apparently, he said, "I've got connections with police. We can make things happen. We'll never get caught." What's up, Zoe? A slingshot, one of the most dangerous vehicles on the road, but so much fun. Part of the danger is that they're so low to the ground, a lot of vehicles overlook them, literally. Boats and jet skis, probably. Need to have boats and jet skis as well. What are we watching? Just got here. We're on verdict watch. The bottom right-hand corner is for the Thomas Randolph case. Jury's been deliberating total for 2 hours and 21 minutes. This case we're following right here is out of the 14th Circuit in Florida. The judge just came back from about a 15-minute break. We're hoping the mics get turned on briefly. And the woman on the right next to the judge is the defendant. She is testifying in her own defense. This is the defense portion of the trial, and defense is questioning her on direct.
State and defense are ready.
She's accused of premeditated
The
murder.
only issue prior to coming back is I know the court has motions tomorrow morning and the pace for moving. I'm hoping the court would be okay with going later tonight than we've gone the other night.
I'm trying to see if I can find coverage, because when we originally had scheduled this, we weren't going into Friday. I'm attempting to find coverage for that, and I'm going to see how late the jury can stay tonight. But I'm also just going to see how we go with the last couple hours of the day. So if you are ready, we'll bring the jury back in. Are they ready?
The husband, who was unalived, was shot 5 times from different directions and with different calibers of guns. So multiple firearms shot multiple different directions. His body was found under a pile of clothes after the daughter made a wellness check with the
Those
police.
stipulations.
Defendant was asleep in
I don't
bed.
think they need those for anything else at this moment.
They can't lean into a turn, but they have a very low center of gravity. It does sort of throw you into the corner, though, a little bit. Yes, they are very fun touring vehicles because they're open. You just get to see everything. I would not take one to, say, like Yellowstone, because a bison will trample you and not think twice and not even look back. Or a bear would just snack on you out of your vehicle and not even get you out.
One's in the restroom.
You will notice when the jury comes back, once the last remaining juror comes out of the restroom, the juror chairs are in the bottom right-hand corner of the window that I'm partially covering. They are allowed to be shown according to the court. The court provided this feed for us, so they are allowing the jury to be shown. So don't be surprised when jury walks in and you see them grab their note papers off the little papers off the benches and everything. That's them. We get to see them. And we're still keeping an eye on the verdict clock. We'll let you know as soon as we hear anything in the Tommy Randolph case. We were hoping 4 to 8 hours was our hope of when the verdict would come in at.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Don't miss the forest for the trees. And for those who are brand new, yes, these are my original eyebrows. Original meaning the first ones I've ever ordered off Amazon. So we're wearing them just in honor of the verdict watch because we spent some time over on Brandy's channel. Saw a lot of slingshots at Sturgis, Mount Rushmore, Yellowstone week before last. Yes, fun vehicles to drive. They really are. Hey, Sean. What's that? That little black. Hang on one second.
Zoe.
You found her? All right, so let's see. Thadam Nusky put your bald brows into his photo. Yes, I saw that, and it looks good, honestly.
I was kicked back, taking it easy.
Adam does have my picture in his profile pic, which is cool. It's all right. I think I really pull off the no eyebrow look pretty well. I was going to actually shoot a whole video with no eyebrows. There's the jury if you want to see them. They're right here. Come on in, jury. Come on in. We're actually standing for the jury.
Please be seated.
Looks like everyone's back in their same
Ayden
seats.
defense ready to proceed? And Ms. Danzler, ma'am, I would just remind you, you're still under oath, ma'am. Okay. Whenever you're ready to inquire.
Ms. Danzler, I think we were talking about, do you recall the weekend prior to Mr. Danzler's death?
The weekend before.
Yes, ma'am. Do you recall going jet skiing? Okay. And
There's the jet skis. 2 cases in a row with jet skis.
Wait, the weekend before. No, I don't remember. That's really going jet skiing.
okay.
I
right.
mean,
Do you remember what that weekend was like for you?
I just know he was just fussing and mad, and he had enough.
The time between the time that Miss Collins left and the time that July 12th rolled around, how was your relationship going?
It was going down quick, really fast, and I knew I needed to get out of there.
All right. Now, I want to turn your attention to Defendant's Exhibit D, please, 1 and 2. And if I can publish that, please.
Yes, ma'am.
And while we're getting it published, I'll ask you just a couple of questions. Do you recall the morning of July 12th of 2021? Did Mr. Danzler go to work?
Monday morning, he went to work.
Okay. And did you go to work with him?
No, not that morning.
Okay. What time did he end up coming home? Are you aware?
I wasn't sure, but it was earlier than after lunch, and I was packing my stuff to put in the car, to put in the storage so I could get my stuff to leave.
Okay, now I'll turn your attention to this first photograph. Do you recall your home looking like this?
Yes.
What were the boxes? What was in the boxes?
I had pictures, and I had my mother's desk up there, and I had I think boxes of pictures and maybe some old work files.
Okay, now why is the desk turned upside down? Can you explain that?
Because I slid it down the stairs, like I slid some of the big totes and boxes down the stairs.
Okay. And let's scroll on to the next picture, please. And tell us what all of this that you see, these boxes, what are these?
It's got my personal stuff in there, like pictures.
We're in Florida on this trial.
Like I said, one of them probably got my work files in there for my company that I had, and I can't tell what's in that top, just some of my little knickknacks.
All right, now the boxes and the desk, what were you intending to do with that? What was your intention that day?
Put it in storage.
Okay.
Before he got home.
Okay. And when Mr. Danzler came home, what did he walk into?
Me packing and pulling them down from upstairs. Yeah.
And what was his reaction to that?
He was mad, wanted to know what I was doing. And I told him I was just moving stuff out.
What was his reaction?
He said he was going to tell me when to leave, not me.
Okay. Did y'all get into any kind of altercation at this point in time?
Yes. He started grabbing me and pushing me, and then he was always having his gun on his hip and saying, "It will kill."
Was that part of the conversation that morning?
When he came home, yeah, that I wouldn't, I was gonna be gone when he told me to be gone.
Right, and did, what was the next thing the two of y'all, I mean, how did that conversation end?
Well, I would just, tell him I want to go, and he's like, no, you're not, and I'm not going. And that he would be the one that tell me where to go, and he'd put me out.
Okay,
And he said he would find me wherever I went. There wasn't many places I could go that he didn't know.
did that go on all day, or was there any point in time that things calmed down any at all?
He'd calm down a little bit, and then sometimes he wouldn't. It would just depend on what hit him, at the time.
Did you try to leave the house after he got there?
I did. And then that's when he started grabbing me and hitting me and saying no, that I wasn't, and that he was going to be the one to tell me that I was going to go, and that I need to pay for it of what I've done to them. When I left him in Tennessee, or when I left and I took his wallet and his money, because nobody in his family has ever been degraded like I did to him by taking that. And I would ask him, I said, well, did you tell your parents and your family that you did it to me? And he said, no. And I was like, did you tell them, like when you get drunk, that, you were hitting me and grabbing me and pushing me? And he said, no. I was like, well, you ought to talk to him about it. And I told his sister Cindy, and then
Object the narrative, Your Honor.
oh,
What was the atmosphere in the home like that day, say from the time he got home till, let's say, after lunch, for the first few hours? What was the atmosphere like in the home?
very angry. It was like walking around on eggshells, and I didn't know what to say a whole lot other than he kept grabbing his gun and going around, it would kill. And then he had it on his left side, and that was unusual. He always wore his gun on the right side, but he had it, and he had it up where his shirt was over and you could see the gun. And then I noticed on his other side, it kind of looked like his pants was hanging, like he probably had another gun right there, but I couldn't see it, but it looked like he had one. And I kept saying, why you got it on your left side? And you keep saying, it will kill. When they take it off, it will kill, like that. And
Did you, were you aware of a text message that he sent to his work?
that my father had a heart attack and was going to Georgia.
Were you aware of that text message?
Well, yes, because we were arguing, and he said his father had to pay for, I had to pay for it because his father told him that I have not paid for what I've done to him, embarrassing the family.
Why was that? Did you send that text message or did he?
He sent it.
And do you know what the purpose of sending that text message was?
Because he didn't want to go, he wasn't going to go back to work because I was going to leave, and he wasn't going to go back to work. And
Were there problems between he and his dad that he wasn't working as much as he had been?
yes, he said that.
Okay. At that point in time, were you fearful for your safety?
I have, and yes, absolutely.
Well, at that particular time, that day, were you fearful?
Absolutely.
Okay. Was
She
it
needs
a
to say
different
yes.
atmosphere
She's
that day
fearful
than
of
it had been in the past?
Yes, because he caught me packing things up and leaving.
Right. Now, you said that he had a gun in his, did he have one in his holster on the left-hand side, or how was it?
Yeah, it
Okay.
was on the holster.
And the right-hand side, do you know what gun he had in the right-hand
I
side?
couldn't tell because he had his shirt, but you could see his shorts hanging down.
Now, did he ever put his guns away?
No, they're always out. They lay them out like when you go into the room, the foyer, there was always guns there, and he'd have them on the nightstand and the nightstand drawers. I mean, there's always in the closet. In the closet, you can imagine there was probably out 4 or 5, and they were probably in at least, that many drawers or over where the TV were. They were in every room. There was going to be a 4 or 5 guns, if not more.
Did he have bullets in the house?
Yeah, there was bullets everywhere.
And like, where would they be?
In drawers or in boxes, in the closet, or just wherever the guns were.
Now, prior to this day, had you done any searches on trying to find a home, as was spoken about yesterday in Georgia?
Yes,
And why were you doing that?
so I could have a place to go to.
Okay. At that point in time, did you have money to purchase a home?
Yes,
And how did you have money to purchase the home?
because I'd saved money and I sold my house in Georgia.
And did you put that money into an account of your own?
Yes,
Okay. Did you make any steps to purchase a home?
yes, I had not a specific home, but I had my girlfriend to look up and send me pictures of places. And, check on them and look on the website and see if that's something I want to do.
Do you recall ever looking about how to crack a safe?
No,
Was there anything you don't remember doing it, or you didn't do it?
I don't remember.
Would there be any, I'm sorry?
I don't remember, and I don't believe that I've ever did.
Did you have anything that was in that safe that belonged to you?
Yes,
And what was in there?
it was my jewelry in there, and then I put some of my papers in there. Sometimes I'd have my tax papers, income tax in there.
Okay, now going back to the day of Monday, the 12th of July, did the whole day, was there things going on between the two of you the whole day?
Yes,
Did you, was there arguments, or did you ever get away from him during that day?
that day, no, I couldn't get away from him because he was drinking, and he kept drinking more. He was drinking heavier than he would have normally been drinking. I mean, it's like he was drinking a lot faster, and he was getting madder as he goes. And he kept grabbing his gun and saying, it would kill. And he said, I would never leave. He said that, he'd have something done to me if I leave. And he said, I'll find you. And he told me that.
At any point, did you have a gun?
Well, at one point I did, yes.
And were
Greeners,
you
grab
in
that
fear
document.
for your safety at that point?
Absolutely, I was.
Did you believe that Mr. Dantzler was going to harm or fatally injure you?
Without a doubt, because that's what he kept telling me.
And how did you have a gun?
Well, because he always kept them out, and the revolver was on, like, the foyer when you
Amber, grab the
go into
document.
the bedroom there,
It's got
that
something on there that
tall
might be
dresser.
redacted or deleted
and
soon.
then and the foyer when we went on a boat,
A WebEx link.
on the hall tree, and the front door. When I went to go find my cat, where on the CD,
Thank you.
I noticed he had put a gun in his helmet, that revolver. And so I got it, and I took it and put it in the living room.
Did you ever have a plan that day that at any time that you were going to kill Mr. Dantzler?
Did I what?
Did you ever have a plan that you were going to kill Mr. Dantzler?
Absolutely not. I would have never dreamed that I was going to kill him.
Was there a reason that you didn't walk out of the house and just get out of there at this point since things were ramping up so badly?
There's no way I could get out without him getting me. And he said he didn't mind. He could shoot me in the back and he could still get away with it.
Now, is there at any point in time in the day, did Mr. Dantzler put the gun that he had in his holster anywhere?
That he could put his holster anywhere?
Did he put the gun that was in his holster anywhere?
Yeah. He would put it on the couch, or he'd put one of them on the counter. They would, and on the kitchen counter, or he would put it on the nightstand and that thing right there in the foyer of the hallway.
To your knowledge, did he still have the other gun on his right-hand side?
Yes, because his shorts was, like I said, they were hanging down, and you could tell it was something bigger in there. And
now let's draw the attention to the time when things got really bad in your home. Do you have any idea what time of the day it was?
It was getting dark that time.
So it's July, maybe 8 or 9 o'clock.
Right. He's not going to be able to join us.
What exactly happened? Kind of walk us through this. Tell me where you were located.
Okay, this is the actual event.
In the living room. He was in a chair, and I was on the hall of the ottoman.
Excuse me, just one moment. May we publish? Let's see. It's defendants.
This lady publishes evidence without any foundation. She just pulls something out and throws it up on the screen and then tries to explain what it is.
I believe it is F.
Yeah, there's only one side of the story because there's only one person who's alive.
Ma'am. Okay.
And this is 14th Circuit Court out of Florida, live right now. They weren't expecting this trial to go this long. It might push into tomorrow.
11, please.
Yes, that is the jury that's being shown. That's the court's decision to show them. Kurt says, if you're going to do murder, bodies can be disposed of in a pigsty, but make sure to remove the teeth first. Those will remain intact through the pig digestive system.
Ms. Dantzler, at this time of the evening,
hot tip.
When things got to this point, did you have fear for your own life at this point?
Yes, I did that whole afternoon as well.
We'll see if we can get her on the show and then ask if we can come over for brownies after. She's in custody, so you know if she gets, I assume she doesn't have any other charges other than this one. I haven't pulled her record.
Okay, Ms. Dantzler, can you explain at the time that the first shots were fired, where each of you were?
Okay.
You may have had some clients.
In this chair.
Wow.
In the red chair?
Yes, ma'am. And right there. And then the ottoman was over a little bit more.
I'm going to take down the verdict watch for just a second.
Fireplace.
We don't lose much.
Sit over a little bit more.
And when you say ottoman, are you speaking of the round?
This ottoman right here. It's kind of dark in this picture. Can you see it?
The round leather-looking piece of furniture?
Yes, ma'am.
Also, do you want the lights dimmed a little?
That would be great. Thank you, Judge. Okay, does that help you to be able to see it a little better,
Yes.
Ms. Dantzler?
Yes.
We've got mood
If you
lighting.
can see it. I had it over a little bit closer.
Okay, so it would,
It wasn't that far out, but it was over closer to the fireplace.
and when you say closer to the fireplace, do you mean moved over closer to what would be the sofa there? More toward
just,
that way?
No, just straight over here. See where the black of the fireplace, the bottom is?
Okay,
right there.
All right, and what were each of you doing?
Well, he was fussing and hollering at me, and I was trying to tell him, okay, I won't leave, and I'll stay, but I really want to, but I wanted just, to go. But he was saying, no, you're not going to go. And I kept saying, okay, I'll stay, because I figure if he gets drunk, and that he would just pass out and I could sneak out. And he didn't. He just kept getting madder and madder. And then,
Was there a reason you didn't walk out of that room?
yeah, because I was afraid of him. Because the thing is, as soon as, I was like, I wanted to go, and he was like, no, and then he'd get up, like he's going to come after me. He was getting up to come towards me. And that's when I stood up, and I shot. And then he sat back down.
Do you know are you aware of where the first shot hit him?
I don't know. I was thinking maybe in the stomach. I didn't even know I shot him the first time. I just thought it just went somewhere else, because he didn't, let me know he got shot. He didn't tell me anything. So I thought, well, maybe I didn't shoot him. And so he sat back down, and I sat back down.
At the point that you shot him, what was he doing?
He was coming up after me to get towards me, to get me. And he was telling me, fussing at me and saying that he was going to get me, and that I was going to have to pay for what I did to him and embarrassed him and his family.
She's saying the right things for a self-defense.
Are you aware of how many times that you shot at that point?
And there, I shot the gun 3 times.
Okay. And what was Mr. Dantzler doing?
Each time he was getting up to come after me.
Okay, and what were you able to finally leave the room in any way?
No, the last time he started to get up, and I got up too, and then he fell right back down, but you could just see in his eyes every time that there was, like, he had it on his face. He was going to kill me, and he let me know.
What did you do at that point?
Well, he fell down, and but I didn't shoot that time, or maybe I did. I don't think I did, and he laid in the floor, and I was just kind of looking at him. Next thing I know, he took off his shorts and his underwear, and that's when I noticed the blood, and I'm like, okay, I shot you. I didn't know that I shot him, and he was still cussing and telling me that he was going to get me, and so.
And where did you go at that point?
That I was going back to the bedroom to find my phone to call and try to get help. I don't, just to get me out, get him out. And and I went back to where my dresser, where my grandfather's, in between the chairs. That's where I thought I had my phone, but obviously I didn't have it on there, on this little furniture beside the chair on my grandfather's. And when I came back.
Let me stop you for one moment, please. Ms. Bennett, could you please move to the next picture, please? I believe it'd be easier to see where she's talking about. Thank you.
Okay.
Now, are you talking about the little piece of furniture that is
Right.
by the chair?
Right.
Now, which way, if you're looking into that room and the chair is on your left, which way is your bedroom?
Left.
And that's where you went to try to find your phone to start with?
Yes.
Okay, did you find it in there?
No, I didn't.
And what was your next step? What were you planning to do?
Well, then I would come back, and I was going to look, there again and in the kitchen. But by the time I came back and I was turned back over here, he had somehow, I didn't even know he was there. I didn't know if he was standing up or crawling or what, or how he got there. I mean, it just surprised me. And the next thing I know, because I had that one gun in my hand and the revolver, when he pulled me down, I went and grabbed the other gun too, and I fell on the floor.
Okay, now where did you fall? Miss Bennett, if you can move to the next picture.
I fell right in here.
And it sounded
When you
just like
say
that.
right in here, maybe you better describe it, because I don't think everyone can see where you're pointing.
There's
We
a
can't.
wall right here. This door opens, and that goes to the bedroom. And then this right here is just a little area that has a linen closet back there, and this is the bathroom.
Okay, so are you speaking of the wall that looks like there's like a light switch on it?
Yeah, that's the bathroom. So this is the wall where the outlet and the light switch is.
And what position were you on that wall?
I had my back, he had pulled me down from here, and then I had my back up against the wall. And so he was kind of in between my legs at that time.
Okay, and what was his position at that time?
Well, he got up on his knees, and he just kept hitting me and hitting me and hitting me, and I kept hollering for him to stop. I mean, he just kept punching me, and I can remember my head hitting the wall several times, and I kept saying, stop. And so I was reaching for the gun, and then I shot him.
Okay,
And
now, before you shot at him, what, if anything, did he ever have a gun in his hand?
well, he got back up and started hitting me again, and then he grabbed the gun out of my hand, the automatic, and pointed it at me and hollered, Angie, and it didn't shoot. And then he started hitting me again, and I was like feeling for the revolver, the other gun, and then I kept hollering for him to stop.
And let me stop you there if you don't mind. The gun that he had in his hand that didn't shoot, is that the one that has been testified to that there was a misfire?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what he did with the gun when it didn't, or what happened to the gun after it didn't shoot?
No, I thought he'd had it, like dropped it on him or something. I didn't know what he did with it.
Okay. Now, when you said, now after he held the gun to your head and it misfired, what happened at that point?
He kept hitting me again. He dropped the gun.
I don't
and then he
object to the question. I don't think the defendant ever testified about that.
Testified about what?
We'll be at sidebar.
Okay, Mrs. R.A. just got home. I was just explaining to her what this case is about as we're watching this. Verdict, we're coming up on 3 hours of verdict watch here. Still no motion, no indication of any questions or anything. While we have this little break, Greener's alerted us to the fact that the Orange County Courts, the clerk has updated the records in the Sarah Boone case. It's not a huge update, but it's just an update just confirming that the court will address the motion to withdraw that was filed by Frank J. Binkowitz on the 8th of next month. So we have about 2 weeks, and then the court's going to address this this request for him to get off the case. I'm looking forward to this verdict to come in so I can get rid of these eyebrows. Honestly, the verdict eyebrows are starting to, I've been pulling stray hairs out, but really I think I've just elongated it and made it worse. So now I have like little hairs dangling over here from my eyebrows. I need like clippers or something. Anyway, so the new update, yes, it does have the Ninth Circuit, the web meeting address, which is great. They published that for all of us so we can all connect. That was nice of them. I appreciate that. But we're going to keep an eye on that. Let's see. Now's our chance to represent Sarah Boone. Yes, it is. You move in real quick. If there's a vacancy, this could be your opportunity. Any press is good press. Isn't that what they say? Eyebrows looked better yesterday. Yesterday I had angry eyebrows. They were looking up. Today we're going with more of a monobrow look. So if I do this, it becomes like a Tom Selleck mustache. But anyway, court's back. So let's see how this goes here.
That motion is sustained.
Ms. Dantzler, I want to go back just a moment. Can you tell me what happened to the gun that Mr. Dantzler had? Where did he have that gun on you?
He had it in his hands, pointing it right at my head, my face, my head.
And what did he say?
He said, Angie. He said it real loud. And then obviously it didn't go off. And then he just started hitting me. I don't know what he did with it, like throw it down, drop it. And then he just started hitting me. And I kept saying, stop, stop, stop hitting me, stop, stop. And he wouldn't. And then I kept looking for the other gun.
And did you at some point find the other gun?
I did.
Okay. And what did you do at that point?
Well, I kept trying to kick and everything. Then he kept hitting, and then he went down, and then that's when I shot him.
Okay,
And
where did
I
you
just kept
shoot him?
shooting, and obviously that's where I shot him in the head.
At that moment, were you in fear of your life?
I was definitely in fear because he was already threatening, telling me, he's told me that the whole 2 years that we were right at 2 years that we were married.
Did you believe that he was going to kill you at that point in time?
Yes, because he already had with Susan, and then he did with the maintenance man, and then the one other guy that rented from the storage.
Now, I'm going to ask you to, Ms. Bennett, if you will turn to 15, please. Okay. Ms. Dantzler, looking at that
I'm gonna
picture,
free the eyebrows.
can you tell me where you were at the time that that you shot him in the head the final time?
I had my back right in there.
In that wall?
Yes, ma'am.
You see the corner of the wall coming out there?
Right.
Okay. And do you know how many times you shot fully, completely?
No, I just kept shooting and shooting. At that time, he just kept hitting and hitting me. And I just kept hollering stop. So I just kept shooting and shooting.
And after he was shot in the head, did he, at that point, was he able to do anything else?
No.
Okay. Now, Ms. Dantzler, okay, we can take that photograph down, please. Ms. Dantzler, there was some photographs that there were some casings in the hallway in the front entryway of the house. Did you shoot any bullets or did you do any shooting in the front entryway?
No, ma'am.
Was there, to your knowledge, was there any shots fired from the front entryway that day?
No, not at all.
Do you know how the holes got in the walls?
No, other than if they went through him. I don't know how the wall.
What about the ones that are on the top wall?
I have no idea.
Were you at points in time were you do you know how many times you shot?
I shot 3 in the living room, and then I think just a couple in the bedroom.
Okay. All right. Now,
when I was shooting at him.
All right. The picture after Mr. Dantzler was no longer living, were you still on the floor when you administered that last shot?
Yes.
What did you do at that point?
I got up and I went to the bathroom and I got his sleeping pills, any pain pills, any Tylenol I could take. And I got some drinks like ginger ale, water out of the refrigerator. And I went upstairs to the bedroom and I just prayed to God to get my heart right and forgive me of all of my sins. And I was trying to take my life, and I thought I was dead until I woke up in the hospital.
Now, what Do you recall ever going into the living room with the gun? There was a picture where there was some bullets on the countertop. Do you recall doing that?
Yeah, because I tried to actually shoot myself when I was on there after I shot him in the head. And obviously it hit a blank one, and I was trying to get those empty cartridges or bullets out, the empty ones, to put new ones in
And where did you do that?
in the kitchen.
And
That's the
did-
reason that knife was out, because I pulled it and tried to get it out. And
Okay. At any point in time, did you was there any time that you had any of the bullets that you said were around the house? Did you have any of those?
yes, I got some out of the kitchen cabinet, and I got some in a bedroom drawer, the master bedroom upstairs, the bedroom drawer on the right, nightstand, and try to see if there's more bullets though. And there was a bunch of shot ones in there too, in the bags.
What do you mean? You mean casings
Yes, the shells,
in the bags of the,
bullets, yeah.
okay.
They were just in like a sandwich bag.
So many of us think that she sounds very believable. From just this one side, it looks very much like she's not guilty. We want to see what cross brings and what other evidence
After this happened,
exists for this.
do you recall putting clothes on Lonnie? Did you do that?
No, I didn't. I mean, obviously I did, but I never remember that. And I know when I got the discovery from Mrs. Bennett, I'm like, who did that? And she was like, you did. I'm like, I didn't do that. What is it? And I don't know. I assume it was with all of the pills that I took. And because I didn't wake up. I didn't wake up until I got to the hospital. I thought I was dead the whole time.
Do you recall getting arrested?
No,
Do you recall getting tased?
no, I didn't. I mean, that was the first time I seen it on video. Me getting tased was yesterday. That was the first time I seen it.
Okay. Now
But
I
I
would,
knew I had marks where I got tased, but I thought that was where I shot the gun. When I shot him in the head, I thought maybe that where you pulled back the revolver, that it got my leg or something. That's just what I seen, and I didn't know that till I got to jail.
speaking of when you shot the gun, when you shot the gun to his head, what was the position of your feet at that point in time?
I was first when it started, he was in between my leg, and then I was, trying to get away, and I kept shooting and shooting. So it was like right here. You can't see, but I was like my feet. He was like in between them, like that, and then I was.
Did you have your knees bent?
Yes, yeah, I was bent up against the wall.
And where were your feet?
Beside him, beside his head. And I was sitting down when I shot him in the head.
Okay. If we can please publish Defendant's Exhibit H.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, we missed all the prosecution. We're only hearing the defense side, and good defense sounds very believable, but we don't know what the state's bringing in this. Why they're pressing charges? They must have something
You
pretty
need the lights
significant
dimmed again?
as well,
Maybe.
because they're charging her with premeditated murder. That she planned this. Here's the mood lighting. Let's see what they present here. Just over 3 hours of deliberation in Tommy's case. One more hour, and most of us will be in the zone for what we selected.
Okay, Ms. Dantzler, do you recall anyone taking that picture of you?
I don't remember.
Do you recall that having bruises on your chest that looked like that?
Oh, yeah, when I finally woke up, I realized I had bruises. And I didn't realize how bad I was until I seen the pictures. And when I got in jail, I noticed that I had them like all over my arms, and a couple of ladies and girls there told me, well, wanted to know what happened to me.
Okay, let's scroll to the next picture. Now, do you recall where this picture was taken?
No, I don't know where I was. Must have been, I was in the wheelchair there at the jail, because I have on the hospital clothes. That's me coming out of the hospital going into the jail.
Do you recall anyone taking pictures of you when you got to the jail?
Yes.
Okay, and is this the way you looked when you first got to the jail? Do you remember having these bruises and marks on you?
I do now. Yes. Yes, I remembered when they took the pictures and having a lot of bruises on me. That's when they was taking pictures, that's when I realized how bad I looked.
If you can publish the next picture, please. Okay, and can you tell what this picture is of?
That's my right side, where he was punching me, grabbing.
Okay. And the next picture, please. Now, was this picture in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall having the bruise that's on your leg there?
That's
You
probably
scroll
when
into that.
where he pushed me down.
I believe she has been in jail this whole time.
And if you'll just scroll through these pictures.
Wow, very, very
Do you
different
recall being in the hospital and having, well, I guess that picture, let's go on from that one. And let's go to the last picture. Where was that picture taken?
In jail.
Okay. And did you have bruising and swelling at that point in time?
Yes.
Okay. If I may have just a moment, please.
It's very possible that her hair was dyed previously, which is, I think, most of the aging. It's not that her face has changed much. It's that she's no longer coloring her hair, and that's, I think, the big difference in her appearance. And up close, she looks younger the closer we look at her, compared to Zoom, when you're zooming out and don't get much of a picture. Yes, I realize there are a lot of people who are listening to this saying this is quite triggering. From all accounts, it sounds like
do you know if there was ever any time when Mr. Dantzler erased any of your data off your phone?
He did.
And when was that?
He did it a lot of times. I can't tell you what specific days, but he did a lot of times. And he actually took my computer and had it erased.
And why did he do that?
Because I had pictures that I'd put on my computer where he was grabbing and hitting me.
And are you aware of whether he ever erased his own data?
Yes, he didn't keep his data. He tried to always erase it. He didn't want anybody to see what he was doing.
Witnesses with you, Mr.
Any more questions? Mr. Overstreet?
Here comes the cross-examination. Let's see what they have here.
Ms. Dantzler, go through a couple of these things you've talked about. So now, your testimony today is that the text message that was sent from Lonnie's phone on July 12th to Emily McCrone was him.
Yes,
So he sent the message about your father having a heart attack and being in the ICU and you needing to immediately run to Georgia. Right?
yes.
But right after that text, nobody could call, text, or get in touch with Mr. Dantzler, could they?
I don't know that, sir.
You know that. You have all the discovery, right?
Whoa.
That he didn't answer the phone and I didn't answer the phone.
Right. And you heard that he never came to work on July 12th, 2021.
No, his dad said he came to work and he said he went to work.
All right, ma'am, you heard the testimony of Emily McCrone and Eric Pinchek that Lorenzo Dantzler, the fifth, never came to work on July 12th, 2021.
I heard them say that, but I know what he told me.
She's not bothered at all.
So you're relying on Mr. Dantzler's father, who has memory issues.
He didn't have the memory issues at the time
Okay.
because he was talking to Lonnie about getting me paid back, that I had to pay for leaving him.
Now, ma'am, when you called the police on Eric Pinchek, you knew who Eric Pinchek was when he was in the home, didn't you?
Wow.
Later, at the end, I did, but I couldn't understand why he was going through the house.
Ma'am, you knew who it was that was in the house. Correct?
Later in the video, I did.
And this is right after you had taken your husband's belongings so he could not leave Nashville, correct?
That as he entered the home, yes.
That is after you were evicted from the hotel for the domestic disturbance that you had caused at the hotel, correct?
I was never evicted.
Ma'am, you saw the manager on duty report in your discovery, did you not?
No,
So now you didn't see it?
no, I don't believe I did.
You're here telling this jury your attorney never sat with you and showed you all the evidence the state has against you in this case.
I have the evidence, but I don't remember seeing that.
All right? You don't remember seeing that in the case agent's report?
No,
Okay. So when you called the police and you realized it was Eric Pinchek and you reported a burglary, that was a lie.
no, because I didn't know where he was at first. Because I didn't, when I was looking at the phone, I was also getting onto the plane and calling.
All right. So
So-
you were watching the Ring cameras, correct?
Yes,
Because you had access to the Ring cameras.
because my phone went off.
You had access to the Ring cameras, correct?
Yes,
All right. But these cameras were put there to spy on you, right?
to spy on the dogs or anything.
Okay. But you're telling this jury they were there as a method of control for you, correct?
He did talk to me a lot through the Ring cameras. And then we had to unplug them during the day.
You saw the Ring cameras from July 11th of 2021 where you and Lonnie were on the back porch, correct?
I seen part of it.
Saw it here in the trial, correct?
I seen part of it, yeah.
Wearing his yellow shirt and the shorts he was wearing, correct?
Yes,
And your testimony is that the time you shot and killed him, he had a gun on him, correct?
yes.
Which gun?
His revolver.
His revolver. I thought the revolver was in
I
the,
mean, not revolver, the black gun, the automatic.
the automatic, the 9mm you shot and killed him with?
I shot him with that a couple of times, but
So the 9mm?
It was a 9mm. I believe that's what they said it was.
Okay. So that's what he had on him?
The 9mm.
Yes, ma'am.
There's 2 9mm.
There were 2 9mm. Okay. Actually, there's a 9mm and a 40mm.
Oh.
40 caliber.
They look the
Millimeter
same.
be
Okay.
huge.
Well, you shot him with the 9, so did he have the 9 or the 40?
He had both.
Oh, he had both. He was wielding both guns. Is that what you're telling this jury now?
Well, he had some other gun on his right side. I don't know exactly what it was, but you could tell he had a gun.
All right. It's hard to keep the story straight when you have to keep the lies straight, right?
I'm not lying, sir. I was there.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this testimony. May we approach?
Wow.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this guy comes out blazing, attacking this lady. I'm not sure what the jury thinks about this approach, but interesting. And look at the demeanor of the defendant in the questioning. It did look a little different here on defense. First of all, Jay Reno gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much, Jay. Followed immediately by Rosie from Tucson, who gifted another 5 memberships, and Amy H51 also gifted 5 memberships. Thank you to all 3 of you, and congratulations to the many recipients who are now back with a courthouse next to their name. I've got very few gray names left. But this is interesting. Wow, it's so many firearms. So the house was full of guns. They had a tank gun, a 40mm. Let's see, a 20mm. That's what they fire out of like an Apache helicopter, right? Is that a 20mm? And that's a big gun. 40mm would be a tank type thing. That's not something that you can hold and carry and shoot. 40 caliber, yes, it is very similar size, a little bit wider in diameter of cartridge than a 9mm. 40 caliber, I've showed you those before. Let's see. Sharon says, thank you for everyone who's gifted memberships to other addicts today. We appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you very much. That is very kind. I don't think I'll have time to list all the names. Let's see if I can try it. Tammy Burge, Kim R, congratulations. Suzanne, Blackbird Speaks, Trish Faust, Pi Lisa, McNana the Carnivore, Cat B, Gritty Gret, oh crap. Juniper, Peter Steele, Jay Thomas, Kevin, Jets, Benny, Be Kind One, Annie, Mary Beth Robinson, Brooke Hafner, P. Cooper, Sunny Florida Mom. I think those are the first 20, and then followed by the next 10. Kit Kat, Janet Coloth, Casey, April Cantrell, Susan Barnett, Michelle Eaton. Let's see, Michelle Eaton, Out and About with Diane. Thanks Shanks, Sheesh, Charles Schwab. Welcome, Charles Schwab. I think that's all. I think we got them all. And then congratulations on 2 months from Periscope. Your face looks naked without those brows. It does. It feels sort of bare.
Ma'am, it's hard to keep that story straight, right?
I'm not lying, sir.
Okay. All right. So let's go into the past here. You had 2 prior divorces, correct?
Yes.
Safe to say you knew how to get out of a marriage that was bad, right?
Out of marriage.
But your testimony today is that Mr. Dantzler was so controlling there was no way you could leave.
He did not want me to leave and divorce him. He made that very clear to me.
Now, your counsel went over the prenuptial agreement and the last will and testament that was modified in March of 2021, did she not?
She did.
And did you notice that you actually had an increase into the amount of money you were going to be getting after a divorce?
I realize that.
That's because you made Lonnie change it.
No.
And to add the house.
No, that was the original. So that. But.
And ma'am, you were willing to marry a man who had just lost his wife and was grieving, correct?
Well, he told me he wasn't grieving and he's been on the dating sites
All right.
the whole time.
And you, having been in these two prior marriages,
I would ask that he allow her to finish her answer. She was still talking.
If you would let her finish her question, or answer to your question.
He was already been on several dates, and as soon as she passed away, he was dating.
well, my question wasn't about dating. My question was, you were ready to jump into a new marriage with a man who had just lost his wife.
Well, he explained it to me. It was, their marriage was already over. He said if she wasn't sick and dying, that he would already divorce her, even his children daily, but she's not here. And said that she wished that her dad would divorce him or divorce her, the mother, because that's the reason Lonnie built her a house, was because Daly and Susan was always fussing. They said that they just never got along. And at the end, and so, but she was dying, and he wanted to make sure he'd, stay with her. But he says he was ready to get on a date, and he's been dating. As soon as she passed away, I think he went on a date the next week. Wow. After that.
Thank you, 6 Volt, for another 5.
All right, so the prenup gave you a lot of money. The will left you even more money and the house, correct?
It did.
All right. And your business that was so extremely profitable, you just gave away to a former employee.
Yes.
All right. You had told people in the past that you were making $10,000 to $200,000 or over $10,000, $20,000 a month up to $200,000 a year, correct? From that business.
No.
In profit.
I made $10,000. I believe it. I don't know if it was a week or a month, and my bookkeeper told me that.
Do you recall calling and talking to Tammy James and claiming that you made $200,000 in profits a year?
She used to do my books for me. She could keep up. She kept up with that.
Ma'am, my question is, did you remember telling her that?
Tammy James? No.
All right.
Like I said, she did my books, so she would know that.
So that would have been a lie, making $200,000 a year in profit.
I mean, it's not a lie. I didn't say that.
All right. And your sister, Teresa Fowler.
Thank you, Kevin.
Right?
7 months.
Yes.
This is an interesting case. I
You
wish
never
we had found
showed
it
her
earlier.
any injuries on your body from the past abuse you claim, correct?
Right.
This is your sister, the only person in your family you actually have any contact with anymore, right?
Well, right. Because our mother passed away.
You don't talk to your father, correct?
No, we don't.
Your sons.
Yeah. I got a son over in Iraq right now. I talked to all 3 of them.
And when you spoke to Tammy James, you never ever told her that Mr. Dantzler was ever physical with you, correct?
Right.
Your friend Shalom Clark, the one you were talking about here in court, you never ever told her that the victim was ever physical with you, correct?
She's seen some bruises.
Ma'am, my question was, you never told her that he was ever physical with you, correct?
I did tell her. She didn't want to hear it.
All right. And that she never ever saw you with any injuries, correct?
That wouldn't be true.
All right. So your friend's lying?
I would say she's seen the bruises on me, but she didn't want to hear it. She was in a relationship before where she was getting beat up, and she did not want to hear anything about mine.
What do you guys
Your
think?
friend Don Collins, you
Yes.
never ever told her that the victim had ever laid a hand on you, correct?
Till she came down, and then I told her.
This is live right
Ma'am,
now.
my question is, you never told her that.
I did tell her when she comes down. I told her, or maybe before she came down, because I was scared.
And you told your friend Don that you were actually worth over $1 million. You were worth $1.5 million. All
No, I never said that.
right. Now the Cadillac, that was Susan's Cadillac, correct?
Well, I realize that now.
Well, what I'm saying is Mr. Dantzler already had that Cadillac prior to meeting you, correct?
Yes.
So it wasn't like he went out and bought you this car and told you to sell your car, correct?
He told me that I didn't need my car, that he would give me the Cadillac.
And the Kia that you had, the Sorrento, you had sold to your friend Tammy James for $3,500, correct?
Right,
And it was a 2005, correct?
right.
And so this man who loves you is giving you a Cadillac, but that's a form of control, correct?
It's a form of control when he puts trackers on it and trackers on me. That's more of the form of control.
So he's putting secret tracking devices on you, correct?
He was.
Secret tracking devices on your Cadillac, correct? Correct?
I believe he did,
All right.
because he would show up at different places where I would be.
You were very jealous of December Johnson, correct?
I was uncomfortable with her knowing things about us, and I was uncomfortable with what Lonnie had told me about her.
You believe that your husband was having an affair with this woman, correct?
He told me they kissed in a closet when she was over there getting clothes, and her husband was drunk because she was upset that Lonnie got him drunk the night they went over there.
So yes, you believed he was having an affair with December Johnson.
I would consider that affair if you're kissing a married woman or
Yeah,
a married man.
My
and
question is, that's what you believed,
That's what I believed.
okay? You believed your husband was a hitman,
I believe he hired people.
right? That he was killing all these people all over town, correct?
That's what he said.
All right. People at the storage inn, they were just dropping like flies, right?
That one did when I was there.
He was looking at Russian mail order brides, you believed.
He did.
You believed that he was stalking you.
He would show up at places where I never told him where I was, and he'd just show up.
So much so that you had pulled a gun on him in the past.
I have not pulled a gun on him on the past.
The day you beat him with the Yeti cup.
I threw a Yeti cup at him.
And you pulled that revolver that you ended up killing him with later that same night.
I did not pull that revolver on him.
This
And man,
is
you
crazy.
had 2 cell phones, did you not?
Actually, I had 3.
3 cell phones.
Had
All
a spare
right.
burner.
So you had 3 cell phones, yet this man's tracking. Is he tracking all 3 cell phones?
I don't know if he was tracking all 3 or not.
And your cell phones, did they all have 404 area codes?
Yes,
So they were yours from Georgia?
yes.
So you brought them along with you?
Oh, no, just the one.
Okay. But you were able to go on Facebook, correct?
Yes,
Talk to family and friends, correct?
yes,
And you had people coming over to the house from time to time, correct?
yes.
In fact, you had a friend. Let's see, which friend was it?
And this is the 14th Circuit in Florida. This is
Tammy
live
James,
streamed
your
right
friend of 29 years. She came over one time, correct?
Yes,
And she had multiple invites to dinner and going on the boat and hanging out with you and Mr. Dantzler, correct?
right.
So,
But it was hard because she lived in Georgia.
but he wasn't isolating you from your friends, was he?
He didn't like them.
Well, not liking them and isolating you are
He
two
didn't
different
want
things,
them, he
correct?
didn't want them back over because Eric was a dumb country fella, and Tammy smoked at the time cigarettes, and he don't like cigarette smoke. And Eric was dipping, and he just talked about they were just nasty because of that.
And so after the December Johnson revelation, you wanted your husband to make sure he had a camera up in his office so you could watch him work and what was on his computer, correct?
He had the camera on his desk, and I did say, why don't you put it up instead of there, because I was tripping over it when I was in there working. Or when I was in there with him too.
The cameras in the home, you knew how to disable them, didn't you?
Yeah, you just unplug them or turn them off.
So it wasn't a very hard task to do while your husband would be busy doing something else, would it?
No, or him as well. We didn't leave the cameras on in the house all the time.
But the testimony today, ma'am, was that you disabled those cameras, didn't you?
When I got home, I did.
Right. You spray painted the camera.
That one I did.
You covered cameras up with bed sheets.
Towels and pillowcase.
Because you knew what you were going to do to Mr. Dantzler.
No, that's not true. I had
So-
no idea that I was going to be shooting and killing him that night. That wasn't the plan. My plan was to get out of the house before he even got home. And he came home early. And he was mad because there I had all of that out. He did not want me to leave. I wasn't going to leave on my own. I was going to leave when he told me I was going to leave.
All right.
Because I've already disgraced him and his family.
Now, ma'am, let's go to when you actually shot and killed Mr. Dantzler. Your testimony was that Mr. Dantzler was sitting in the red chair, correct?
At first, yes.
You were sitting on the round ottoman, correct?
Right.
You stated on direct that he stood up, correct?
Yes.
And then you shot him
I shot.
with the 9mm.
When he started getting up, yes, I shot him. Yeah, I shot him.
So he was
several
unarmed.
times. I didn't know that he's unarmed. I still didn't know what was on his left side until he pulled his pants off.
So he was unarmed, correct? By your testimony, the way this happened, he was unarmed, correct?
However, I thought he still had a gun.
Ma'am, my question is, was he unarmed?
Yes,
You had his 9mm.
I had one of them.
Is that correct?
And then you shot, but don't know if you hit him, correct?
That's correct.
Because you wanted to, quote, scare him, correct?
Well, I didn't want him coming after me and killing me.
So you wanted to scare him, correct?
I didn't want him to get after me and kill me, sir.
You wanted to scare him, correct?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
You wanted to scare him, correct?
I just wanted him not to kill me.
Ma'am, yes or no? You wanted to scare him.
Okay, I wanted to scare him.
And then when you shot the firearm, you didn't realize you had struck him with it, correct?
The first time I did not realize I shot him.
So that was an accident.
No, it wasn't an accident. He was coming after me.
Your testimony is he sat back down.
Yeah, but at first he was coming after me.
Ma'am, my question was, after you shot him, you said he sat back down.
Right. And then he got back up again.
And then he got back up
Yeah, coming after me again.
after you shot him. In his own home. While he's unarmed,
We're in Florida.
correct? Correct?
Yes.
So doesn't he have a right to protect his own life after he's been shot? In his own home while he's unarmed? Yes or no?
Yeah, he would have the right, just like I would have the right with him coming after me and threatening. I didn't threaten to kill him.
Good.
I never threatened to kill him.
And then you shot him again. Right? By your story.
Yes, when he grabbed the gun, I shot him because he kept hitting me.
After he's been shot.
He's already grabbed me and hit me
Right.
before that. He's already grabbed me before I shot him.
Well, before the shooting even starts, at least in your story, he's sitting in a chair, unarmed. Right?
Right.
And then when he stands back up again, your testimony is you shot him again. Right?
Right.
And then it's, at least by all accounts, you can't tell this jury how many times you shot him or how you shot him or when you shot him, correct?
I know I shot him
More?
that night.
Yeah. And then your testimony is you went to the bedroom to go get your phone, correct?
Yes,
But you couldn't find your phone, correct?
right,
Now somehow Mr. Dantzler has crawled, walked, or something and ended up right where the place is where you later execute him, correct?
right. Or where I shot him.
You executed him, didn't you?
I shot him.
Because your testimony is he's been shot numerous times, correct, at this point?
Right, twice, I believe. Just twice,
At least twice, right?
2 times, yes.
And now he's crawled along the ground. At some point, you said he took his pants off, right?
Right,
And now he's in that little foyer there where his body was, correct?
right,
And your testimony is the man who shot twice in his own home, unarmed, is now grabbing at you to take the gun away from you.
Is that
it was probably going in there to get the other gun. The revolver was there
Okay.
on that. And I just happened to go back in time when he was there, and then that's when he grabbed me. That's what I can assume.
And your testimony was that he's grabbing you and hitting you after he's been shot, correct?
Absolutely,
And so what do? Shoot him some more, right?
right, to get him to stop hitting me.
And then when he's finally on the ground, you put him out of his misery. But you have to go get another gun, don't you?
Already had the gun when he pulled me down. I mean, I grabbed the gun on the way down, and I had the other 9mm, and I dropped him. And when he started, I was just trying to get him to stop. And yes, I was shooting him. I was defending myself from him hitting me.
All right, ma'am, I'm trying to understand how you had both guns. Because your testimony was that you had the 9mm.
Right.
He grabbed the 9mm from you, and it failed to feed. And then you were already able to shoot him with the revolver. So you had 2 guns in your hand? Is that your
No.
testimony?
No, that's not what I said. I said that I grabbed the revolver when he grabbed me because I was over there looking for the phone too. And I looked again, and I grabbed the gun when he pulled me down and pushed me up against the wall. And then I dropped him, and then when he started hitting me, that's when I was trying to find that, and I got the black gun, the 9mm, and that's when I shot him. And then he grabbed it from me and then pointed at me and said, "Angie." And then I thought he was going to shoot me then, and he didn't. And then when he kept hitting me, he just started hitting me again. And my head kept hitting the back of the wall. And I grabbed the 9. I was feeling for the 9mm. Just the whole time he's trying to hit me when he's not trying to hit me. But when he's hitting me, my head's going back. And then that's when I just kept shooting to get him to quit. And I just just kept shooting and shooting until he stopped and get him off of me. He was a lot bigger and a lot stronger than me.
She's staying cool. Her responses are calm. The attorney raising his voice against her makes him look
I'm trying to
bad.
understand, man, how you wielded 2 guns. Verified in public safety exhibit 192.
Yes, sir.
We might be seeing some crime scene images, just heads up.
Do you want the lights dimmed?
No, ma'am. Your testimony was that when you were in this hallway here, that he has grabbed you and pushed you up against the wall, correct?
Right here. Yeah.
And right here to the left, would have been on your right, correct? Is where you said the revolver was in states 194.
Right.
And the
There was a-
firearm, ma'am, let me ask the question. States 195, the 9mm is all the way, very far away from the body and the wall where you were, correct?
Right. Not very far. No, it's not very far.
Well, that's a crime scene. pictures
using
here.
State's Exhibit 200. It's on the complete other side of the chair and far away from that wall where you said you were, where you executed Mr. Dantzler.
It's not that far away. I mean, it wouldn't be,
So State's 193 doesn't show that how far away that gun is from that wall all the way there to the right.
not from where you can see the wall, where I was up against and where he kept hitting me. And he was right here. This is not that far. I mean, it was,
So you're able to reach all the way over to that cabinet and grab the gun.
I
Is that
was,
what you're telling this jury?
that I can't reach it from here, but when I was coming back, I got it from there.
All right. And you had the 9mm too in your hands.
Right. And I seen that one, and I came, and that's when he pulled me down here.
That's what I'm asking you, ma'am, is you said now you're armed with two firearms, the
Right.
9mm and the revolver.
And on the way down, I dropped them both down.
Oh, now you dropped them.
I did tell you that.
Okay.
Did I not? I did tell you that, sir.
Wow.
So after you killed him, when did you start smoking the pot?
I don't remember smoking any pot.
You don't?
No, sir.
You don't remember seeing the marijuana blunts around your dead husband's body?
I seen the joints there, but
When did you smoke them?
I'm saying, sir, I don't know when I smoked them or if I did smoke them.
Well, there was THC in your system. So you smoked them, right?
Well, we both smoked marijuana.
So you're saying Mr. Dantzler must have THC in his blood then, in his autopsy, right?
Well, it said he didn't, but
Oh,
he did.
that's
he
right.
did smoke.
So my question is,
I mean,
when did you smoke the marijuana after you killed him?
sir, I don't know when, and I did, or even if I did that night.
All right, and then, after you killed him, when did you go to the laundry room and grab all of the laundry and empty out that linen closet to cover up his dead body?
Sir, apparently I did it, but I don't know when I did it because as soon as I killed him, I went and got all the pills that I could get to take and kill myself. I plan on shooting myself too, not just overdosing, but just to shoot myself. But I had to get my heart right with the Lord.
Ma'am,
This-
when did
this
you
kid
build the
says
pathway
everything.
from his dead body to the bed there in the master bedroom? Because your testimony was you took pills upstairs, so why were you staying downstairs?
I wasn't staying downstairs. I
Well,
was
who
up.
put the pathway to the bed from the dead body with the clothes?
Obviously I did, but I don't know when. You keep asking me and I don't know when.
Who put the dryer sheets out all over the place to cover up the smell of his decomposing body?
I don't know.
After this horrific incident, you called the police, didn't you?
No.
No. Well, after you got your mind right, after, everything that had happened, you had a chance to settle down and take in what happened, then you called the police. Right?
I told you I did not call them.
So after a couple hours went by, you were able to say some prayers to the Lord about what had happened, then you called the police.
I fell asleep.
Well, then when you woke up, then you called the police.
I didn't wake up till in a hospital.
Well, ma'am, then who did all those things to that body and that scene?
Well, apparently I did, but sir, I didn't know that I'd done any of that. When I took all those pills, I did not wake up until in the hospital. And I didn't really even wake up until I believe it was that Sunday or Friday when Karen came to see me.
So you're telling this jury you don't recall the 2 days, the 12th, the 13th, and the 14th, 3 days really, after you'd murdered your husband, correct?
That's correct.
And over the course of those 3 days, you never once called the police.
No, I thought I was dead in those days. And I did not even know I got tased. I thought I was dead. And even at one point, I guess I died because I seen just white lights, and it wasn't a white light that when you close your eyes and you see lights, or now because it's dark when you close your eyes, but it was just a white light all the way.
Well, ma'am, let me ask you this. So when everyone was outside that house, the police, the family were looking around, that's really when you started down in the pills.
No,
Because you knew you were caught.
no, sir, that wasn't it. The only time I took all the pills was in that night after I shot him, and I was planning to take the pills and shoot myself. Because I knew him or his family would get me.
In fact, when you would have to talk to some of these psychologists who are sitting here in the courtroom, you were very paranoid about people in the jail possibly having connections to the family, correct?
Well, they do.
Okay. That they run the jail, right?
Well, yeah,
Okay. People are constantly watching you, aren't they?
yes.
How long have you been suffering from these delusions?
Well, I worked there at the storage inn, so I seen a lot of the people that work at the jail come into jail and pay rent, whether they was paying it for the jail or for themselves. There was many of them.
How long have you been self-medicating?
What do you mean by self-medicating?
Taking drugs to handle the delusions?
I don't have delusions. That is the fact. I can tell you some of their names, the ones that did. I don't know if they had their own storage or what they were coming in to paying, but they were in there a lot. The people who work at the jail have storage units, and they would come in to pay, and they would always talk to them. In the Lynn Haven Police Department, there's a Hardee's right between them, and they would always donate and give them money, and they were always coming in there. As a matter of fact, when I was in the J dorm, when I first came in, there was two guys that came in hollering and said that they were there to check on Danzler for Mr. Danzler, the old Danzler. That's not delusional. That was the truth. I wrote it down, and the date and the time when they came in to do that. And then one of the guys was standing just like you with his arms crossed, the younger guy, and going like this to me with his head shaking. And the other guy, because they were really loud, and they was hollering, "Wake up, wake up, wake up." And even Miss Fleet was the one working, and she told somebody that was training when they come in, and she's like, she didn't want to lose her job and get fired over something like that. But if she come, she said, because I don't know anything about her case, but I have seen her at the storage inn many a times when I was in there.
Man.
So you don't know how long you've been dealing with these delusions?
I'm going to object to him diagnosing my client. There's been no testimony.
We can handle this as
whatsoever
sidebar. Being a
Sidebar.
speaking objection.
We can handle this at a sidebar. Yeah, he got his punch in saying, "How long have you been suffering from these delusions?" Wow, a zinger. Oh my goodness. Okay, so there are two sides to this. There are two sides. This is an incredible case. We might have to do a FOIA request and see if we can get the audio for the preceding week. I think we can get that out of this court. That would be amazing. We probably have to wait till this trial's over and then get the whole thing and listen. I'm not sure if they'll be able to give us the video. If we can get the video, we'll do that. We'll go back and watch this entire thing. FOIA requests, unfortunately, take a long time to process. So we'll see. But this is nuts. Yes, a red pen. I want to go back and see what's happening. We are 3 hours and 49 minutes into deliberation on the Thomas Randolph case. Still nothing from the jury. No questions or anything that we've heard. Excuse me. Pardon me. Everyone is spicy now. We are in Florida, the 14th Circuit Court. What's that? Oh, no. Do you want to use mine? Okay, here. I have an iPad. You have to unplug it. Okay, let's see what happens here.
Ma'am, you also talked about some photographs of yourself in the hospital. Do you recall doing that?
Talking about the,
The ones that your counsel put up.
yes,
Remember the one with the big bruise on the chest? You don't know how you got that, do you?
from Lonnie hitting me.
Okay. Do you know it's actually from the hospital doing what's called a sternum rub on you because they had to dose you with 3 hits of Narcan to get you out of the overdose?
No,
So you don't know that that's what that's actually from?
no, I don't.
Okay.
Wow.
That the swelling and purple hands and face and all that stuff was due to the liver toxicity from you downing all the acetaminophen.
Yes, ma'am.
Another sidebar objection. Can we approach? He's saying the pictures of the injuries, that the bruising on her chest was from the having to try to dose her with Narcan to wow, to get her out of the overdose that she was in from all the pills. There may be more to this story, but she's awfully consistent with her story, awfully consistent, and her tone, her level way of responding. This is crazy. I wonder if they have enough. Wow. Oh my goodness. This is crazy. This is crazy. Watch, because we can actually see some of the jury. Watch the jury as they're looking back and forth from the witness stands to the prosecutor as if they'll show us the other angle here. Oh my goodness. How old is she? I think she's 59. She looks much younger on the intake. Tons. Let's see. There's the jury there in the bottom. They're right next to me, eye level. If I look over this way, hey jury, how you doing? That's them right there. So watch their heads sometimes snap back and forth between the different people. Attorney is testifying. It's crazy. He should take the witness stand. This is a big shout out to Amber.
Freedom of Information Fund.
FOIA request. Carol C. Mammy. I'm going to need a little bit of help. I think we've got a case number on this. We've got some record information, but we probably won't be able to get the court audio and video until the case is over, which should be over this week. I mean, they're expecting it to be over today. It might go into tomorrow. Obviously, if this goes in tomorrow, we're going to be following that while we wait for the verdict. But holy cow, this trial's amazing. And Carol, thank you very much for your super chat. We'll put that in the FOIA jar to pay for those. They do like to charge us through the nose for all videos, but it's all good. Do we know if there's any family here? I don't know, Ryan. We just barely picked up this trial. This is actually, Brandy was joking when I was over on her channel. She's like, maybe I know this lady. It's right in her neighborhood. She's right at home. She's in 14th District. So we'll see what happens here.
Ma'am, do you realize did you know that the discoloration on your body when you were admitted to the jail was due to your liver toxicity? Did you know that you were given doses of heparin in the hospital?
No.
Do you know what heparin is?
No.
It's a blood thinner. Do you know that? You mentioned when you got into the jail that you had purple bruising or something all over your body, correct?
Yeah.
Where did you believe that had come from?
Where Lonnie was hitting me.
Okay. Do you realize that was from your hospital treatment?
No,
All right.
I would have to believe that was from him hitting me because he was just pounding on me, just on and on and on.
So your testimony is that injury was due to Lonnie?
That's what I believe. No, I'm not going to say, since y'all are saying, you're saying medical, that it was all medical, but I'm not saying it was all Lonnie either. Or, I mean, I don't think it was all medical, and it could have been some, but a lot of it was Lonnie.
Man, would you agree with me? The reality is that you started shooting from that kitchen hallway where Lonnie was sitting in his chair.
No,
When you came mad as a hornet, as you like to say, at Lonnie for whatever was going on after he cooked you those steaks. Right?
I don't think we had steaks Monday night.
That was Sunday night because he wasn't alive Monday night.
Yes, he was.
All right. So you come into from the kitchen, from that hallway there, you start shooting the 9mm. Bang, 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 bang. 4 shots ring out.
No, sir, that never happened.
All right. And then you stood up in front of Lonnie while he was seating in that chair, unarmed, and shot him while he sat in the chair. Stood over, right over him, didn't you?
No, sir.
And after you shot him and he fell out of that chair and started to crawl on the ground, you started shooting him more and more while he was on the ground.
No, sir. That never happened.
You were the only person discharging a firearm in that house, weren't you?
I was the only other person in that house other than Lonnie and I know that was not what happened. I told you.
Ma'am, my question to you was, you were the only person discharging a firearm in that house, correct?
Yes.
Lonnie was unarmed.
Because when Lonnie got the gun, it would not shoot. He got the gun from me and it would not shoot.
So all those projectile strikes were from you, correct?
Thank you, William.
That's what they're
Appreciate
saying, but I do not remember any of the projectile shots other than when I shot him.
And you were the only person discharging a gun, correct?
Now, Lonnie tried as well, but it didn't work.
So you were the only one discharging the gun, correct?
That I'm aware of.
That you're aware of?
Yes.
Was there someone else in the home?
No.
Okay.
I mean, I thought, who did it when I got my discovery? I asked Karen on my discovery.
Well, hold on. I don't want to get into what you asked your attorney.
Well,
hold on. Wait.
I wanted to understand why that was done like that.
Okay, so you don't even remember what happened accurately, is what you're saying.
I remember the shooting. I don't remember after the shooting.
So you don't know how all the shell casings got where they were, is what you're saying.
Right.
You don't know how all the projectile strikes got what they were, correct?
Right.
And you don't know how Lonnie was shot, correct?
I know how I shot him.
Well, you know when you shot him in the head, you were the most clear about that, correct?
And I shot him while he was in the chair.
Right? Not doing a thing, right?
Was coming after me.
All right, so was he in the chair or was he out of the chair?
He was getting up. And I
Okay.
pulled the gun and then, I would shoot. He would get back in the chair.
So the only act Lonnie did which caused you to shoot him was stand up from a chair
To come after me.
while you had a gun in your hand.
It wasn't like he stood straight up. It was like he was going to come and then,
While you had a gun in your hand.
right.
I have a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Wow. This cross, definitely spicy throughout the entire thing. He's brought the heat from start to finish, and she has stayed very.
No further question.
That's it.
Any redirect? Yes, ma'am.
What size man was Mr. Dantzler?
I think it was about 5'10", 5'11", 5'10".
Do you know what he weighed?
More than me, about 100 and something pounds, close to 200, maybe.
Was he a lot larger person than you?
Oh, yes.
And when you first shot, the first shot that you shot, were you aware that he was unarmed at that point?
No, I was
And
not.
what was your belief at that point?
I still believe that he had the gun.
Okay.
That
During the entire day, had he had guns?
he's had a gun on him all day. And that I couldn't see the other one, but I'm pretty sure that was a gun right over there.
Now, to make it clear, what day was it that Mr. Dantzler died? Was it on a Sunday or on Monday?
It was Monday. It was Monday evening, nighttime. And because when I was packing up, he come home early and I was getting all the stuff down the stairs. And then he was really mad. Want to know what?
Nothing further, thank you.
Anything else from the state?
Are they going to try again?
When the police got to your home,
They are.
you wanted them to kill you, didn't you?
No, I didn't even know the police were there.
Nothing further.
Anything else with this witness? Maybe you can step down and join your counsel.
Wow. Wow. Let's see how this ends. Is this the last witness for the defense, or the only witness for the defense?
Next witness?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
What are they going to do? We'd like to withdraw charges. What's he got to say to the judge at the conclusion of this? Holy cow. She did good. She did very good. One of the few times we've seen a defendant that seems to benefit their defense by testifying. That takes us all the way back to another self-defense case with Dean Cummings. Was that in Arizona or New Mexico? I think it was Arizona. I really want to see more of this case. Dreamscape, I'm going to do what we can to see if we can find this. We believe, because of how it's filmed, that there is a record, that the court keeps a video record, and I might be able to purchase that from the court through a FOIA request. So we're gonna pursue that. It just takes some time, possibly. But this would be amazing. Okay, I can see why she had to testify. Yes. The state. Here's the thing: we haven't heard. We probably missed it already. That the state has evidence of trajectory of bullets, of different shots being fired. Lots of them, apparently, more than the ones that hit Mr. Dantzler. But we don't know. We missed that part. It happened earlier in the week, and we were busy with Tommy in Las Vegas. But there's all that part I want to see. I want to see if the state still thinks, going into deliberations or closings, if they have a case, if they've proved their case. Because if we just pick up right now, if this is all there was, I'd say she did a dang good job in her own defense with a very consistent sounding story in a believable manner from the bench, or from the witness chair. We need body cams. There were so many cameras, so many Ring cameras, and she spray painted one, put sheets and towels over other ones. FOIA funds, the jar's filling up. Thank you very much, Dreamscape. I appreciate that. We're gonna see if we can pursue that. I'll let you know if it usually doesn't get very expensive, especially from Florida, where they're more of an open state. Other states are, they have a FOIA process, but their fees are exorbitant. They're big. They're excessive. Because they don't want to give anything out, and so they charge you through the nose, like Idaho did with the video for Lori Daybell, or the audio. Let's see. Toyo Toys does some amazing mashup videos of you. He does a great job. Love them. I look forward to seeing the notifications that he's posted something new. According to what I can see, body cam footage was shown during the state's case in chief. Oh, so that's going to be police showing up at the scene when they tase her. So we've got body camera footage of this lady being tased, and apparently armed in the process. They tased her because she was armed and was not going to go down without a fight. Wow. Yeah. Would have been a lot of Ring footage from every different
Next
angle.
witness.
Okay, they've got an expert witness, Dr. Collins, it sounds like, coming up. I'm not sure who this teenager is. Is he the bailiff? He's the bailiff. It's a bring your kid bailiff to work day today. The guy's tiny. But nothing against him. I just thought he was a kid standing in the courtroom. He looks young. Oh, to have the
You'd have a
look
seat
of
for me,
youth.
please, sir. Whenever you're
Saviscon,
ready, you may.
Thanks for the 5 memberships.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Dr. Michael Collins, licensed psychologist here in Florida.
And what is your education?
I have a PhD in
Where's that-
clinical
where's that
psychology
accent
with
from? Is that
specialization in
New Zealand?
neuropsychology from Nova
Australia?
Southeastern University. I have additional residency and internship experience in forensic mental health and substance abuse.
And what kind of work do you do? What does that involve?
I specialize in both clinical neuropsychology, the diagnosis of cognitive disorders, as well as forensic mental health issues that could range from severe mental illness, mood disorders, trauma disorders, substance abuse disorders, usually in a situation where there's some type of legal implications.
Do you also work with police, do like, I guess, mental fitness tests for police people, things like that?
Yes, as part of
Australia or New
my
Zealand.
practice, I've done fitness for duty evaluations for not just officers, but correctional officers, firefighters that are seeking employment.
We passed the 4-hour mark.
Have
Great to
you,
watch.
how long have you been practicing?
2015, so just over 8 years.
Well, during your practice, do you have to do additional classes and keep up to date with things?
Yes. Upon getting licensed, one of the things you have to do on an every other year basis is earn continuing education credits. I've typically done my continuing education in my areas of specialty, so forensic mental health and neuropsychology being the primary areas where I do my continuing education.
And I'm not asking for a number, but just ballpark, how many patients have you seen in your professional life?
I would say in general, over 10,000.
Did somebody just hiccup?
And have you testified in court before?
Many times, yes.
And have you testified for the defense only, or for the state only, or both?
No, I have testified for both with regards to either forensic mental health issues or neuropsychological issues.
Mr. Overstreet.
Doctor, how many times have you testified in court?
I don't know exactly how many. Many times.
In reference to rendering an expert opinion before a jury, how many times have you testified?
Many times.
How many is many?
Hundreds of times.
Before a jury?
Oh, and before a jury, this is my 4th jury trial.
And have you ever had to give an opinion regarding battered spouse syndrome before a jury?
Not battered spouse syndrome, many trauma cases.
Okay. Send her back.
Whoa. Hundreds. Oh, 4. That was bizarre. Yeah, I can count to 4. I can't count to hundreds in my head, but at least from
Dr.
memory.
Collins, let's first go into why you were talking to Mrs. Dantzler and basically what your examination was for and also what it was not for. When you went to talk to Mrs. Dantzler, what were you hired for to look at or to establish or to examine?
I was asked to conduct a psychological evaluation, and then based on any impressions that I had during the psychological evaluation, it would allow me to key in on some areas that I thought would be relevant to diagnosing any possible conditions I would find during the evaluation. So in a way, it started very general, and then it became more specific as I went into the assessment.
When you started the assessment, was your focus on battered spouse syndrome or trauma response?
So battered spouse syndrome is not something that I can diagnose. That's up to the lawyers to make the determination if that's something that they choose to pursue or not. When I say I started off very general in my approach is I sit down and I conduct a clinical interview as I would anyone, whether it was somebody who had mental health issues with neuropsychological issues, a police officer that's trying to get hired. I start off with just kind of a basic interview, and then from that basic interview, it kind of starts to filter into more specific areas that become relevant throughout the course of the assessment. For this assessment, once I got past the basic personal history, pursuing or asking questions in relation to stress, trauma, and mental illness really became, I would say, the issues that I was most interested in, that I wanted to get a better understanding of. And that was the direction the assessment took, after just the basic collection of personal information.
If this guy shows up on Sarah Boone's case, I'm going to die.
Go into what the examination was not for. You mentioned this briefly. Were you looking for a legal conclusion of some type?
No, I would not be able to make any type of legal determination based on what I'm qualified to do. My scope of work as a licensed psychologist is to provide a diagnosis based on the results that I obtain during my assessment. In some situations, I'm asked to give recommendations about how to treat the conditions. That was not necessarily the case here. It was really more about, is there some type of mental illness that's present that can be diagnosed or not?
And when you do these examinations, is it part of your job to investigate the alleged crime?
No. Forensic psychological work is really geared towards helping individuals understand the mental health implications that may be a part of a legal situation. But I do not analyze crime scenes. I do not look at ballistics. I do not make determinations about how lawyers should do their job. I just simply conduct my evaluation, and then I share my results, and then the attorneys do what they want to, essentially, with my results.
So your results are not to say, here is a legal conclusion, or here's an investigative conclusion. It is more to say, this is what I have found, and you have to find out whether that fits with your legal or your investigative field.
Right. My role as a psychologist is really to diagnose. There are psychologists that do therapy. I do not do therapy, but typically it's to diagnose and then to provide some recommendations for the attorneys to work with, for the judge to work with.
Okay.
And then I typically do not. I'm usually not I am not the provider that's on the other end of that would offer any type of recommendations. I am not a psychiatrist. I do not prescribe medications.
Most people talk about their credentials. He's talking about all the things he does not do.
Provide some type of understanding of what may or may not be going on from a mental health standpoint.
And this is actually a good junction to ask this. Now, are you paid for your services?
Yes.
You don't work for free?
No, I do not work for free.
And in Mrs. Dantzler's case, what were the diagnostic assessments that you did with her? Without going and maybe explaining a little bit as we go one by one, what was the first examination that you did?
Well, first I did my clinical interview that I would typically do, and then from there were really kind of two.
Hold on, let's go bit by bit. So when you say clinical interview, what does that entail?
So a clinical interview is usually broken up into several sections. One is just simply the demographics that would just get into gender, race, so on, age, whatnot. From there, I will usually get into some type of personal history. Where were you born? Where were you raised? Who did you grow up with? What was your childhood like? And if I were to say something like, what was your childhood like? And they were to say, it was great. It was good. I had a loving family. I was well adjusted. Okay. But if they were to say something to the effect of, there was abuse in my childhood. My family moved around a lot. My parents were divorced. We had financial problems. Then those are things that I would reference, and those would be things that I would be curious into looking into to see if these issues from childhood have maybe manifested into something else along the way into adulthood. So that would be kind of the personal history part. I have a mental health section where I'm going to ask questions about mental health. I have a medical section where I'm going to ask about any physical diseases or illnesses or head injuries that they might have. I'm going to ask about substance abuse. I will also ask about their relationship history, their employment history, their education. And then I usually kind of summarize the clinical history with just kind of a mental status exam in terms of just what are my impressions of how they appear, how cooperative, how calm, what is their orientation to, to me, to the situation and whatnot. And so that's usually kind of how I wrap up my clinical interview. And then from there, I usually have some guidance about what I want to do next, because then I usually move into the psychological testing component of the evaluation.
In Ms. Ansell's case, what other examination did you do?
So again, psychological
Catch Me If
assessment,
You
you can do, there's some principles that you can kind of use that are relevant to the interview. So I start off with a more broad psychological assessment that looks at a variety of conditions. It's a much longer, tedious, several hundred questions. And then based on those results, if there's anything clinically significant, it'll get flagged. So for example, if an individual is suffering from depression, the depression scales could be elevated. If they suffer from anxiety scales could be elevated. If they have a history of substance abuse, that could be elevated. If they have a history of stress or significant trauma, those could be elevated. Based on some of those elevations, it works a little bit like a compass. And then from there, I can do some more specialized things.
So in Ms. Danzler's case, you did the clinical and forensic examination that we did, and you did the mental status of evaluation. And my understanding, you did a brief cognitive status exam. What does that mean?
That's just a cognitive screening. It comes a little bit from just some of the neuropsychological work that I do. If there were to be anything abnormal on the cognitive screening, it would maybe trigger that there's something from intellectual or orientation standpoint that I need to look into more. In this case, her results were perfectly fine. So I didn't really need to go into any type of cognitive assessment and take a look at, say, intellectual problems or memory problems or executive functioning problems or anything like that. I was able to kind of rule out the cognitive issues early on.
Let's stay with one thing at a time. Right now, we're just talking about what those tests are so that the jury can follow along when we're talking about what your findings may be. So if I'm going to go down the list of the tests that you've done, and if you just want to give a brief description for the jury to understand what the tests are, and then we're going to go the next step. I'm just trying to give you a bit of a roadmap. So you did the brief cognitive, and you explained what that is. You did a advanced clinical solution selected subtests. What is that?
That was just a measure of, it's really just a short reading test. We use it as a predictor for overall intelligence. One of the things that she had mentioned to me during the assessment is that there was a history of some learning problems. I wanted to make sure, or I wanted to just gauge on if that was going to be something that needed to be looked into more or not. But that's why I did that test.
Okay, and then there is a Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms test.
That is a measure of malingering. When you do psychological assessments, it's extremely important to be able to walk away from the assessment knowing that your results are valid, knowing that the person is not attempting to portray themselves in a certain way for possibly some type of secondary gain. When I say secondary gain, being able to present yourself one way to kind of convince people you're this way, but you're really not, like that. So I usually do a measure of malingering to get some type of understanding of how are they going to respond to me during the evaluation.
And then you did a clinician-administered PTSD interview 5th edition. So I'm not entirely sure what that is. If you could just explain that to us.
So one of the conditions that I felt was relevant to look into more was just presence of trauma. And so there was really kind of like a 2-part assessment that I did. The first part was a specialized interview that allows me to kind of go through the criteria of a trauma disorder and make the determination on if there are enough symptoms present to diagnose it or not.
I was going to say
Is that
Leonardo
different from
DiCaprio.
the trauma symptom inventory?
Yes, it is.
How is it different?
So the PTSD interview is really just a conversation format. I ask questions, the individual responds.
This is live, William. This
The
is
trauma
live out of
symptom
Florida right now.
inventory is a psychological assessment that's standardized specifically to diagnose a trauma disorder. You would rely on it. You would rely on a test like that the same way you would rely on any other type of diagnostic.
My mom's Norwegian.
It's a way to take a look at their responding, again, ensuring the results are valid, but then also getting a better understanding of what symptoms are relevant and which symptoms are not, and are they elevating any of these trauma scales that would make it possible to diagnose them with a trauma disorder.
He's doing a good job.
The personality assessment inventory, what is that?
That's really more of a wide-reaching mental health evaluation that would be open to kind of the full range of psychological conditions: anxiety, depression, psychotic disorders, trauma disorders, substance abuse disorders, personality disorders, and so on.
Now, from what you were saying, a lot of this already, maybe all of it, is based to a great degree on self-report by the person that is being examined.
Correct.
And in your line of work, is that pretty standard that people self-report and then there is findings made upon that?
Yes. There's advantages to doing psychological assessments on top of a psychological interview, because again, like the psychological interview is really just it's really kind of a conversation format. I ask questions and they respond. But when you do psychological assessments, there's built-in validity scales that again ensure that the person is putting forth proper effort and not just endorsing every item. In other words, the test has a way to kind of weed out the individuals that are answering truthfully and individuals that are answering questions dishonestly.
And so the tests are really designed to try to give the examiner a more neutral tool to make findings?
Correct. So the psychological assessments are much less subjective than, say, an interview. A psychological assessment is based on normative data. That normative data will have people fall into various ranges in terms of their severity of symptoms, assuming they're outside of the normal range.
So as far as, and that's just briefly because I think you said that was pretty standard, as far as the self-reporting psychosocial history goes, can you give us just a quick overview over that in relation to Mrs. Dantzler?
She had told me that she was born and raised in Georgia. She told me that she was, raised with her biological family. She had told me that there were several problems in the household growing up. She stated that there was financial stress, and there was also stress due to her sister that had a rare medical condition that ended up passing away at a young age. She reported that there was physical abuse in the household. She reported that she went to school. She struggled in school because she had learning problems. She reported to me that as an adult, she had been married on 3 previous occasions and that she had had children from her previous marriages. In terms of her employment, she told me that she had a business of her own at one point and was able to support herself. With regards to her most recent husband, she told me that they had met, I believe, online. They had dated for maybe approximately 5 or 6 months before they got married. And she had told me that there were several problems throughout the course of the relationship soon after they got married.
And focusing on trauma responses, did you find any indication of trauma or post-traumatic stress or anything like when examining Mrs. Dantzler?
She had reported to me, I would probably break it into 3 different eras of her life where she was exposed to trauma. In childhood, in the form of physical abuse, as an adult, in relation to physical abuse and emotional abuse from both her second and her third husbands.
Is trauma, and what is trauma?
So with regards to trauma or the diagnosis of a trauma condition, it really starts with looking at 2 different things. The first thing is, did they observe or were they close to something that was, life-threatening to themselves or somebody that was very close to them? That would be one area. The other area would be, are they re-experiencing the trauma later on in life? And when I say re-experiencing, it can come in the form of, say, like dreams and nightmares. It can come in the form of being triggered by different things in your environment. The way you kind of think of trauma is, people think of very, very bad memories that they have been through. In addition to just memories, trauma is not just your memory for it, but it's also the way that they have kind of learned to react to the trauma over and over and over again as they're re-exposed time and time again throughout adulthood for people that meet the criteria for PTSD. So it really kind of starts with the presence of those 2 areas. And then from there, they may have symptoms with regards to depression, symptoms with regards to anxiety, with regards to insomnia. Some individuals actually dissociate. And when I say dissociate, I don't mean they have multiple personalities. I mean they dissociate in a way that they become kind of detached from situations. And the detachment is a way to kind of avoid or numb the pain that they are reminded of when they are being re-exposed to events that they believe to be harmful to them.
And what findings were you able to make in relation to Mrs. Dantzler pertaining to trauma?
Well, like I had just mentioned, I really felt that there was a complex history of trauma and that there was multiple events that started in childhood that manifested into different areas of adulthood that were still present at the time that I did my evaluation with her.
And how would that show? How would you show? What kind of behaviors would that be, or would one expect? Is it behavior that are understandable by the not traumatized person?
So with regards to just symptoms and whatnot, or different behaviors, certainly there was presence of paranoia. When I did my evaluation with Mrs. Dantzler, she had made several comments that led me to believe that she was extremely paranoid at the time. In the way she had explained it to me, this was not paranoia that was just due to her situation right then and there. It was paranoia that she had kind of carried with her throughout the course of her life. Where did it start? I couldn't necessarily tell you at what point, did paranoia become such a significant issue for her, but it was certainly something that I was concerned about and interested in at the time. And one of the things when you work with an individual that's paranoid is you kind of want to get an understanding of where is the paranoia coming from, because paranoia is a very common feature of, say, somebody that has schizophrenia. In this case, it didn't appear to be part of a psychotic episode. It appeared to be more in relation to just kind of a general fear of the situation that she was previously in.
Does trauma lead, and this is a general question not pertaining to Mrs. Dantzler, does trauma lead to behaviors that an observer may find odd?
Certainly it can. common feature of individuals that have experienced trauma is a symptom we call hypervigilance. They're kind of always on edge. They're kind of on the edge of their seat. They're kind of always looking around. It's different from paranoia in that it's not necessarily a belief, but it's really just more the way that they're reacting in their environment is that, you know, there's some type of ominous fear that is surrounding them that kind of puts them at risk.
Do trauma patients experience a learned behavior where they lived through situations and have then learned to deal with it in a certain manner?
Trauma patients are survivors in that they have endured life-threatening events, sometimes once, sometimes twice, sometimes multiple times throughout the course of their life, whether it's a situation where it's domestic violence, or it's a veteran that's coming back from combat, or it's some type of police officer or fireman that is exposed to these high-risk situations while they're on the street. Individuals that suffer from trauma have survived a great deal and have sometimes have not coped effectively with it. They have not always had the resources to seek out counseling. Sometimes they don't have the insight. Maybe this is just how it is. Some may abuse substances, but when you look at individuals that have been exposed to serious trauma, they've survived many events in some cases to try to adapt and try to control their own behaviors and emotions the best they can.
Okay, approach by co-counsel.
Yes, ma'am.
She asked to approach in the middle. There was no objection. I wonder if she's about to go into an area there's been some argument on before. Let's see what happens here. We are just about done. I think this is probably one of their last witnesses for defense. We probably just will have closing arguments in the verdict watch tomorrow in this trial. I'm in the background. I'm doing research, trying to get the FOIA request filled out for this. Getting all my ducks in a row for that. We've got to get this entire trial. I want to get the video because the way they're shooting this, the way they're filming this, I believe they've kept a video of all of this, so we should be able to get that.
So in summary, is it fair to say that you did find elements of trauma when you examined Mrs. Dantzler and elements of PTSD?
In terms of diagnostic opinion, I diagnosed both post-traumatic stress disorder as well as major depressive disorder.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Here comes the cross, and they're first going to attack his credentials.
Good evening, doctor.
Good evening.
You evaluated Ms. Dantzler back in November of 2021, correct? Correct. You became a listed witness by the defense in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
All right. Now, you actually authored a report, did you not?
Yes.
And you gave a deposition, correct?
Correct.
And you met with Ms. Dantzler and interviewed her?
Yes.
And you asked her if she'd ever been physically abused by Mr. Dantzler, and she said no, correct?
Yes, when I had met with her, that's what she had told me.
Never physically abused. And she's meeting with you, the psychologist, correct?
Yes.
Also, when you met with her, she could not detail for you what had actually happened the night she shot and killed her husband, could she?
Correct.
Now, as well, in your report, you diagnosed her with, I think you said a comprehensive personality assessment was administered, correct?
Yes.
You made significant findings from the inventory, which identified the defendant as experiencing a high degree of anxiety, correct? Depression, correct? Paranoia, schizophrenia.
Yes.
Of the thought disorder persecution type, correct?
Yes.
All right, schizophrenia. what does the DSM-5 and what is the DSM-5 first?
It's the diagnostic manual that psychologists and other mental health professionals use to make clinical opinions.
All right, so I'm holding what's the 5th edition of DSM-5, correct? All right, and this is, lack of a better term, kind of like a Bible to psychologists, correct?
We all have.
Yeah. And there are key features to this type of psychotic disorder, correct?
Which psychotic disorder?
Schizophrenia.
Yes.
One of which being delusions.
Yes.
What's a delusion?
False belief.
All right, now, what does it mean to hold a false belief?
It means that you believe something that's not true.
So even no matter how much evidence you're being presented with or what's actually going on in the world, if you suffer a false belief or delusion, that could be a sign of schizophrenia, correct?
So they're false beliefs. So delusions usually fall into various categories.
I'm seeing.
For example,
I'm seeing the chatter,
an
but I'm
individual
looking
may
for
believe
confirmation.
that they are the second coming of Christ, for example.
A grandiose delusion, correct?
That would actually be a delusion of a religious preoccupation.
Okay.
Grandiose would be something to the effect of, I'm incredibly famous. Everybody knows me. I'm going to be, richer than all these social media guys that you see. Grandiose is really this over-the-top opinion that you're just better than people and you have the ability to do things other people can't do.
And then there's like delusions of the type of erotomanic delusions, like everyone's in love with me, right?
Correct.
All right. And there's nihilistic delusions. What are those?
Those are really more of like the negative type where people kind of have like a nihilistic view of people and situations around them.
What about a persecutory one, like you've told us that she has in your report? What's persecutory delusion?
When people are reporting persecution, they believe they're being punished.
All right, so they believe people around them don't like them or punishing them or doing bad things and harming them, correct?
Not so much that they don't like them, but that they're just being punished.
The source on the verdict rumor is not looking credible.
It's a hospital.
There may be a question.
Pretty big hospital, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
But I'm not seeing a
Mayo
verdict
Clinic,
on Tommy
right?
yet.
Right. Yes.
Okay, so there we go.
People with persecutory delusion,
it is official.
People are spying on them.
We do have a verdict coming in the
That
case.
would be more paranoid delusions. Persecutory delusions, again, would just feeling that they're being punished for no reason at all.
People are attempting to harm them, correct?
It's really more, I don't want to say it. It's not necessarily that people are trying to like harm them, but it's really more that, people are out to get them. Again, that they just believe they're being punished.
And someone with schizophrenia can also display things like called disorganized thought or speech, correct?
Yes, that would be another category of symptoms, but disorganization of speech and thought is a characteristic of somebody that has schizophrenia.
All right, and I think the DSM-5 talks about that being an individual may switch from one topic to another. Answers to questions may be obliquely related or completely unrelated. Is that accurate?
I'm not going to disagree with the DSM, but yes, they're jumping from one topic to the next very fast without necessarily finishing a thought.
Verdict is in. We have confirmation. There is a verdict. We think probably within half an hour it should be read. What was the time frame on that?
When you met with Ms. Dantzler there in the Bay County Jail, she believed that, one, you guys had to keep your voices down, correct?
Yes.
Where did you meet with her?
While in custody.
No, I know, but weren't you in a room that was enclosed?
Yes, it was a small room.
Metal door?
Yes.
Brick wall all around you? Cement?
It was a very small room. The makeup of the construction of the wall, I don't necessarily know, but it was a small room. with the door.
And there's just the two of you in there, correct?
Yes.
But she was worried that your conversation would be captured by some people in the jail, correct?
Yes.
And that was because the Dantzler family has connections with the jail, correct?
That's what she told me. Yes.
They know people who run the jail or have connections to the jail, correct?
Yes.
In fact, you sat here and you listened to her talk about that again while she was being cross-examined, correct?
Yes, I did.
Is that what we could call paranoia?
Yeah, I would certainly think that that is a type of paranoia.
When someone is extremely paranoid, what's going on in their head?
Well, it just gets back to kind of what the basic definition of being paranoid is they have beliefs that cannot be proven to be true.
I mean, or proven to be false.
Well, if the delusion can be proven.
These are my angry eyes. They go angry to go up.
The delusion is a false belief. Okay. It can't be proven to be, the delusion can't be proven to be true. Okay. So in other words, there's no evidence that would necessarily support this belief from being true.
And when you're dealing with someone who's doing a lot of self-reporting to you about an incident or their life, do you have concerns that that self-reporting may contain delusions?
I wouldn't base any of my evaluation, or I would never base a full evaluation just simply on a conversation that I had with somebody. There's always going to be that psychological assessment, whether it's the personality assessment of the trauma inventory I did in this case.
Carrie, we've reached the verdict in the Thomas Randolph case.
Validity, malingering issue on the other end, because that allows me to verify what I'm working with. Because if the results prove to be invalid, I turn around and I say the results are invalid, and then I'm probably not here talking with everybody right now. So
here's what we're doing.
My evaluations are always going to be kind of multifaceted in terms of what I'm using.
Can I turn this guy down for just a minute?
Yeah, I think defense counsel asked you how much are you getting paid to be here today and having throughout the course of your work with the defense?
You want the full
number.
Okay. So when I initially came to do the first assessment, that day was $3,000. When I did the report, that was $1,750. And then for both the travel and my testimony today, that was $8,500.
So we're at close to $13,000, a little less than that.
Right around there.
Okay.
But who's counting?
Nothing further on.
That's pretty good pay. Okay, so here's what we want to do. We're hoping they wrap up for the day in this trial, and that continues Monday, so we can finish this, then jump over to the verdict in Las Vegas.
Sounds, of the payment certainly sounds a lot. Does it include reviewing materials?
Well, yes, and in addition to that, just I live 10 hours from here, and so it includes my travel to come from Broward County.
Let me break down the question a little bit, okay? So it sounds like a lot of money for just what also sounds doing very little. So we want to break down what that all entails. So when you have your travel, you have, correct?
Correct.
You have your assessment time.
Correct.
You have several hours that you were in the jail.
Correct.
We had multiple phone calls that we conferred back and forth.
Correct.
Ms. Riedel came onto the case and you talked to her.
Correct.
When you did your assessments as far as background, did you talk to some family members?
Yes, I did. I talked with 2 people.
When you author a report, do you just sit down and write that, or do you do some research?
Yeah. So do I sit down and write the report? Yes. Do I have to reference the DSM like we just did. Yes, I referenced the DSM. Any pertinent information, articles in relation to, say, like trauma or a depressive disorder, that's all information that I'm gathering and doing too. I mean, the best way to kind of look at when you're doing a case that is this time consuming is it's essentially your full-time job for a couple of weeks.
And so actually, while it sounds quite a lot at the beginning, it really breaks down into multiple hours.
Yes, everything is itemized on an hourly rate, whether it's my testimony, whether it's my travel, whether it's the time for doing the evaluations. There's like a varying degree in terms of what I bill on an hourly basis. And
remind me again, what was your diagnosis for Mrs. Dantzler?
I diagnosed both post-traumatic stress disorder and major depressive disorder.
So you did not, the state was asking you about all kinds of schizophrenia. Overall, she was not diagnosed with that.
No, she doesn't meet the criteria for schizophrenia. And in fact, it's not uncommon for an individual with chronic depression to have elements of delusional ideology. There's actually a diagnosis of depression. It's called major depressive disorder with psychotic features for individuals that have very severe cases of chronic depression. I settled on major depressive disorder, but it would not be uncommon for somebody with chronic depression to have thoughts that could appear to be delusional.
And now the Bay County Jail, the room that one is sitting in, how big is it?
I would say it's about the size of the box that those two are sitting in right there.
So it's fairly small?
It's small, yes.
Welcome, Nancy.
Does
Thank
it
you so
have a
much for
window?
becoming a member.
No, there's a window on the door.
You're one of us now.
Yeah, in the door, yes, the door window. And are there people passing back and forth all the time?
The clock is
There
off.
was
The clock has been
an
paused.
officer that sat at a desk that was probably 3 or 4 feet right outside of our door.
And is it possible when you're in that room to hear some outside conversation? Maybe not all of it, but some of it?
Yes, in general, jails are very loud.
I've covered the lawyer's letter already. We're going to cover the response from the court.
Female trauma patient to not disclose all aspects of abuse to a male they have just met?
Yes.
If Mrs. Array would bring back the iPad she's watching on,
feel incredibly
I'll be able to do a
embarrassed,
multi-box
shameful
and show you.
about being in the situation, continuing to stay in the situation, being in various relationships throughout their life where they're finding themselves in that situation. And so it's not uncommon for survivors of trauma to not disclose that type of information, not just to, say, a mental health professional, but to family and friends and so on. Individuals that suffer with abuse, it is not uncommon for them to choose to just live with it and to just kind of bite their tongue and to just find a way to endure and, move on the best they can.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, give me
Here you are, you met with Ms. Dancer. She was charged with murder, correct?
Correct.
Of her husband, correct?
Yes.
And she told you that he never physically abused her, correct?
When I met with her, she had spent time talking on the emotional aspect. She didn't bring up the physical aspect to me.
Right. She never detailed for you any
She
physical
didn't bring it up
abuse.
to me.
But you thought it was important enough to also put in your report this paranoia, schizophrenia, thought disorder, persecution, correct?
So let me just elaborate on that for just a second. That is test verbiage. That is not my verbiage. Those are what he's referencing is scales that were elevated on this personality assessment. She did not meet criteria for schizophrenia, but because she elevated and endorsed symptoms of paranoia and whatnot, it kind of flags these other conditions. And throughout the course of my evaluation, I was able to rule out that a psychotic disorder did not seem to be the likely mental health condition at that time.
But you had indicated that she suffered from extreme paranoia, correct?
Correct.
One of the other things that's common in schizophrenics is substance abuse issues, correct?
I wouldn't say I don't know if the prevalence of substance abuse issues and schizophrenia is any higher than the normal population. Are mental health conditions and substance abuse conditions comorbid? In other words, existing at the same time in the same person? Sometimes, yes.
Okay, we are watching both. I'll keep an eye on this. We're not going to miss anything when we get a feed from.
Did you know that the Mayo Clinic and both Cleveland Clinic
the
indicate
other
that
side,
there are
we'll
huge
see
risk
it.
factors for people with schizophrenia to abuse substances?
Well, that would not surprise me. Individuals with not just schizophrenia, but people with mental health conditions will frequently choose to self-medicate over the trouble of going to see a doctor, pay a copay, and whatnot.
Especially one of the drugs of choice is cannabis for schizophrenics.
I'm sorry, what was that?
One of the major drugs of choice for self-medication for schizophrenics is cannabis.
I think that may be true. My educated guess would just be people that are attempting to self-medicate are just kind of trying to probably get the easiest, cheapest thing that they can do to numb themselves in some way.
People with schizophrenia also usually are more common to endorse suicidal ideations or thoughts, correct?
Not necessarily. Suicidal ideations and thought would be much more of an issue with individuals with a mood disorder, say a major depressive disorder or a bipolar mood disorder. A lot of times individuals with schizophrenia are not harmless at all. They're not necessarily a threat to hurt themselves or anyone else.
Looks like they're not ready anytime
with the Mayo
soon.
Clinic and Cleveland Clinic on that?
I haven't seen that information from the Mayo Clinic or Cleveland Clinic.
All right, so you don't agree or disagree is what you're saying?
I'm just saying I have not seen a report from the Mayo Clinic or Cleveland Clinic that would support that.
All right, I don't have anything further on.
Anything else for this witness? Thank you, sir, for your testimony.
So he's not release
Madam
him,
Counsel,
so he stops
sidebar.
billing. Okay, they're going to have a sidebar. They're going to talk about the schedule. So we're keeping an eye on the court out of Las Vegas. They're not ready. They won't be ready anytime soon. It'll be at least 15 minutes, I'm guessing, from just the attitude of people walking around the courtroom. The one person we saw was Dan, the producer from Dateline, walking in through the door. He would be in his chair ready to go if this was going to happen. It looks like we've got a little bit before they go live with the verdict tonight. Let's jump over here full screen. We're seeing if they're going to wrap up for tonight in this case and see what their schedule is for tomorrow. We might also hear the judge talk to the jury just to see if they're cool with, hanging out for one more day in this courtroom because they thought they would be done today. I don't know the punishment possibilities. We stumbled across this case mid-afternoon. It's been going all week, so we picked it up right when defense was questioning the defendant on their portion of the evidentiary portion of the trial. So we've missed all the prosecution's evidence, but we absolutely loved the defendant on the stand and how well she did and how well she presented. Looked very believable and very consistent in the stories. I have the eyebrows on. Yes, do they look good? Yeah, looks good. They are fake. My daughter thought that the eyebrows were added in video, but with a filter. They do seem to move on their own. All right, here's what I want to do. I would love to jump over to Brandy's stream for the verdict because we have the verdict eyebrows on. That would be great. I'd love for all of you to join us over there as well. We did that once before. It was a lot of fun. She's left sort of the door open, so to speak. She gave me the password to the link to her account as far as her live stream today, so I can just sort of barge in unannounced. That's what we're hoping for. We don't have to tell her we're coming. We can just show up and be there. But I want to see if this ends first, if this trial ends, so we can get an idea of what's happening tomorrow and follow this. I'm still going to be pursuing the FOIA request to see if we can get all the video because they filmed this on Zoom. The system they use should have recorded all of this. And we should be able to get a request because it's out of Florida.
Just sent a super sticker with 1.99.
Sherry, thank you very much for the super sticker. You guys have been most generous, both with super stickers and with just amazing, amazing gifts of memberships for people. That has just been really good. Let's see. All right. Ivan, Pickles, not politics. Okay. Yes, Brandy Churchwell is where we're going. Let's see. I'm keeping an eye on the video from the court.
Mika just sent a super sticker with 3.
There's no sound yet from the court. So they're saying something. I don't know who's talking, saying anything. Anyway, Brandy says, come on over. Okay, well, she left the door wide open for us, so we're just going to barge in. But last time I just joined on my phone, so give me just a second to figure out how to. Let's see, she sent me the invite on Twitter. Let's see, there it is. Okay, so copy this. Copy. Then text it to myself. This is high tech. This is all I know how to do. Just copy and paste this to myself. Mr. Eyebrow. There he is. Boom. And paste. Then go. Now I've got it over here on my computer. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, if we can do this. We're going to wrap up a little bit right here. First of all, we need a little of this. Because we have a verdict in the Tommy Randolph case. They've reached, after 4 hours, 4 hours, 38 minutes of deliberation, the jury has reached a verdict. We don't know what it is, but we're about to find out. Now, we're going to find out with Brandy and all the other 13th jurors over on Brandy Churchwell's channel. I'm going to portal you all over there, but you have to be patient. Don't think that the ship is left without you. It takes a while for the rockets to fire, the portal to open, and us for us to jump through. So you'll be like, oh, nothing happened. I'm still here. Nothing happened. And you'll click off the screen and you'll miss the jump. It takes like 10, 15 seconds after the video ends for the portal to open up and us to all be sucked in and appear on her channel. So yes, we'll be on over there. But first of all, we have to say a couple things. For those who are not able to make the jump, who this is just one portal too many, please understand we will miss you. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone to make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again, which will be tomorrow with this case out of Florida with this just beautiful old lady who probably makes amazing brownies, who's accused of premeditated murder of her husband, shot him like 5 times with different guns, different calibers. She's testified in her own defense. We want to see how this one ends as well. FOIA requests in the works for that as well. So we're going to jump here on this, and I think they're going to be done. I'm waiting for the judge. I'm sort of stalling here. I want the judge to say, we'll pick up, see you tomorrow. But we might just have to make the jump. I think we're going to make the jump. It's time. It's 6:30 Eastern time. I think the judge is going to wrap us up. What do we do? Oh, here we go. Okay, hang on. Let's see what the judge says. Just 1 second.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we are at a spot where we are going to recess for the day.
Yes, that's what we needed.
I do, however, want to let you know that for your plans for the next couple of days, it is highly possible that we will be here late tomorrow night.
We can do that.
There could be a possibility that we could be here on Saturday.
Whoa!
So I do want to
Saturday.
bring that to your attention today before you get here tomorrow.
Cancel your weekend plans.
At 5 or 5:30 or 6 at the latest tomorrow. I anticipate either A, us running into the night tomorrow night, or B, it could possibly be Saturday.
And little boy bailiff there is there to enforce the judge's order.
And with that, we'll be in recess. I'm going to ask if y'all could be back by 8:15 in the morning, though, so that we could hopefully start at 8:30 to try to get as much going in the morning as early as we can.
8:30 tomorrow.
Yes, so
early start for us.
Nothing past Saturday, though, correct?
I don't anticipate it going past Saturday.
Okay, because I'll be honest, I'm saying we're gonna have to figure something out.
I don't anticipate that.
Okay.
I mean, I can't tell y'all exactly how much.
That's
I don't know.
Scene.
The state and defense both have witnesses and things they've had to address during the whole trial. So I can't tell you how long each witness is going to be, but I can tell you that if we don't finish it tomorrow night, then we would look at Saturday. But I do anticipate that it would finish at the latest on Saturday. Yes, sir.
That's a juror being like.
Anything else from the state or the defense?
Oh, man. Okay.
So, if everyone will please be back before 8:15. I would say even earlier, but I don't know as far as our bailiffs. Can they get in the courthouse any earlier?
We start at 6 a.m. tomorrow.
It's going to be hard for them to get in, or 8:15 about as early.
8 o'clock.
Open at 8.
Doors open at 8.
Y'all can be here at 8 as soon as you can get here at 8. And council, get here at 8 and we'll get started just as soon as everyone
right.
can get in the door.
Here we go. We're portaling right now. We've got to go.
Same reminder as before, and I'm sorry, Deputy, because I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Okay.
Same reminder.
We're making the jump right now because we're hearing some motion. There's people walking around in the courtroom. I see the judges on the bench as we look at that. So now we're going to make the jump from here. We're going to join. They haven't started yet. We're not missing it yet. Okay. We've just got, people are showing up. It's going to take a little bit. Making the jump. Everyone buckle up. Have your tinfoil tiaras on, your, everything else you need. Hope you got your eyebrows as well. It's time to go, which means, there we go. There's the music. That means it's time to go. Here, the portal is going to be opening. Sit tight. The car will take 15, 20 seconds after it leaves to actually jump. So just, I want to see you all there. Remember, when you get there, make sure you hit the like button first. Hang on.